How can your pussy be tight? You want more dirty dopa?
I won't quan. I won't choncho.
Hello.
It's too many people shut up for me. Let's say cho.
Cashapp.
Imole.
Oh mama.
Mohbad.
Oh baba.
Hello.
Malians.
Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti ta. Lọ́nlọ́ kayama. Ọmọ bọ́ì tó bàjẹ́ pa. Wọ́n máa sọ di maga. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti rún.
Lọ́nlọ́ pussy sweet now. Oh my God. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter.
No man pọ̀ mọ́ sweet. Pọ̀ mọ́ no bitter.
No man pọ̀ mọ́ sweet. Number 2 why you latter? Share your puna bitter. You why the pussy sweet?
Hello baby, what's up? Tó yẹ kó turn up. Àbí you don't love o. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. Wàláyé pé mílíkì kò ṣá. Pé blessing kò ṣá. Pé yamaka kò ṣá. Tó bá jẹ́ virgin ní sẹ́kọ̀ọ́ já. Àbí you don't love o. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. Àbí you don't love o. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti ta. Lọ́nlọ́ kayama. Ọmọ bọ́ì tó bàjẹ́ pa. Wọ́n máa sọ di maga. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti rún.
Lọ́nlọ́ pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter.
No man come on sweet, it's sweet die. Oh one is sweet now. Àbó ti gbẹ pa, olóṣì, ó lá máa tán ló fà. Ọmọ fòbò rádétà, ń fòbò sọ̀bù, ń fòbò dábìrà o. Ń fòbò gba iPhone 1, dé iPhone 11 Pro Max. Gẹ́gẹ́ ọmọ olóbò fígò, olóbò jíjó, olóbò monkey pose. Olóbò kò ká mi kò tó àfihàn kó 1 kilo.
Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti ta. Lọ́nlọ́ kayama. Ọmọ bọ́ì tó bàjẹ́ pa. Wọ́n máa sọ di maga. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti rún.
Lọ́nlọ́ pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter. How can your pussy be tight? You want more dirty dopa? Fine girls no dey fight. All the girls no man watch her. Lọ́nlọ́ kayamata. Ewo, obo esara, ege, abe nyanya. Ewo, obo kana. Ó fẹ́ sọ mí di Dáúdà. Work in penny paper. Don't let some meet the client. Only my song is silent. Over by me, say ulala. Some of you, my own, or buy. Professor Saturday, the Monday. Mohbad, by me, be shake.
Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti ta. Lọ́nlọ́ kayama. Ọmọ bọ́ì tó bàjẹ́ pa. Wọ́n máa sọ di maga. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti rún.
Lọ́nlọ́ pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter.
No man pọ̀ mọ́ sweet. Pọ̀ mọ́ no bitter.
No man pọ̀ mọ́ sweet. Number 2 why you latter? Share your puna bitter. You why the pussy sweet now?
This girl every time. Daddy no get salary.
Leave keys.
Money. Plenty enemy, Mohbad. You didn't follow me. I just come on me. Even if not 10 minutes. Maybe I'm a ghetto. Monty Daji lo moto. My grace in the automatic. Wọ́n fẹ́ bá mi ya fọ́tò. Èmi ti gbéra láti 4:30. Wọ́n lé wọ́n bàtì. Wọ́n filẹ̀. I drip on check go through one pause. Ìmọ́lẹ̀. Ó wálẹ̀. Ẹ̀nà dé kóró ló sápá mú mi mọ́ máa ronú. Mọ́ máa sunkún. I don't work it out. I don't pray tired. I don't go mountain off for fire. I know there is a day all my pains will go away. See then I party away. I know there is a day all my pains will go away. See then I smoke it away. I feel good, banana, banana. I'm a yummy mother, no banana, banana. I feel good, baby, I'm a gato. Maserati lo moto. My grace in the auto, automatic. On fait pas mi a photo. Baby, tu better. That's it for that. Only one bat. No feel it. My drip on check out to one boss. Oh, wale. Oje múlẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń jẹ́ látàyè tipẹ́tipẹ́. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ ò wálẹ̀. Oje múlẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń jẹ́ látàyè tipẹ́tipẹ́. Plenty enemy wey dey follow me. Má jẹ́ kọ́ mú mi.
Timmy J on the track.
Ìmọ̀lẹ̀. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Àwọn ọmọ ají ló mọ́tò, ají bàbá yẹn, àwọn ọmọ mi ṣokoṣoko. Àwọn ọmọ ají ló mọ́tò, ají bàbá yẹn, àwọn ọmọ mi ṣokoṣoko. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, many gist. Oh, I still find my peace in all that. Oh, but they do like say me, I know they see. Like say I know the year. Which kind person be this? Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, and like I hate Genesis. I be dealing with frenemies. Survivor, me unique, money chaser, faster than a bullet, flying like a rocket. Bad man we never rest. King of South and the West, faster than a car. Mon fait banissa, faster than a Benz. Oh, you below level, so bad vibes on the ground. Reading my psalm, I'm so biblical. I hate to look at them when they're to nigga. They won't say your nigga. They want to turn your teacher. Before you are my nigga, oh my nigga. You go there when I no get ginger. Oh my nigga, say you go there when I no get rubber. Cause my mama be praying for me, say make I get it. Oh my baby, say you go there before my suru lady. Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, many gist. I still find my peace. Oh, you do like say me, I know they see. Like say I know the year. Which kind person be this? Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, like I hate Genesis. I be dealing with frenemies. Survivor, me unique, money chaser, faster than a bullet, flying like a rocket. Bad man we never rest. King of South and the West, faster than a car. Mon fait banissa, faster than a Benz. Oh, you below level, so bad vibes on the ground. Reading my psalm, I'm so biblical. I hate to look at them when they're to nigga. They won't say your nigga. They want to turn your teacher. Before you are my nigga. You go there when I no get ginger. Oh my nigga, say you go there when I no get rubber. Cause my mama be praying for me, say make I get it. Oh my baby, say you go there before my suru lady. Yeah, hold me shoulder. Yeah, hold me.
Timmy J on the track.
Yeah, we find her, the beautiful girl.
Alright. What's going on, everybody? What's going on? Welcome back. How's day? Everybody good? Did you enjoy Mo Fresh's Loving the Music montage? May his soul rest in the arms of the Lord, and may God Almighty comfort his loved ones, especially his wife and son. R.I.P. to Mohbad. R.I.P. to Mohbad, as they call it. Mohbad. I'm probably using too much accent to call it. But welcome back. How's everybody doing? Good? Everybody okay? Are we doing well? It's been about 4 days since I've been here live. Shout out to you, Brother Patrick. I see you, sir. Good to see you. Shout out to Mo Fresh. Shout out to D Love. I saw you earlier. She said, very painful. R.I.P. Mohbad. Okay. So hopefully some of the money, the little few cents that comes from this stream will go to him. I play this music intentionally so that we can share some of the revenue from that. But also, more importantly, to pay tribute to, you know, I'm a big impact person. Okay, I don't care for people's righteousness, or at least their idea of righteousness. Okay, I think people should be good. I do think people should be good. However, I think people's idea of good has limitations. It's full of bias and things like that, and because of that, I am very, very. When people say they are good people or anything like that, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm a good guy. You know, I talk about that all the time. Like, what do you mean by good guy exactly? Because sometimes you being a good guy comes off on the other end as manipulative, controlling, and you're probably confused. You know, we've been covering that a lot here. But yes, R.I.P. to Mohbad. I'm gonna have to. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, I'm gonna cover the. You know, we're gonna talk about Mohbad here in a second. I don't have anything else to talk about. We're just gonna focus on him. That's why I play this music. But I wanted us to pay attention to a couple of things with respect to life and death. You know, I think too many of us, you know, and because of that, we lose sight of what's most important about the experience that we're having right now, the human experience. We lose sight of that. In fact, a lot of times when people are obsessed with being right is because one wayimaya, agidi, coconut head, all that kind of stuff, you know. The reality is that it all ends one day for every single one of us. Our prayer is that we last as long as possible, obviously, so that we can really, really enjoy it. But the reality is that no one is promised tomorrow, okay? But there's quite a few, this gentleman, Mohbad, we're going to talk about him a little bit, but how's everybody doing? First of all, I want to just say hello. Gorex Alpha, how you day? Good to see you. Let me do some quick shout out to my people here. Let's do some house rules before we continue. Shout out to our channel sponsors: Richie, Life with Natu Adesua, Film Girl, Open Floor by Tima, Shil Mama, Gorex Corner, D Love. Shout out to all of you. Shout out to anybody that's ever supported this platform financially, morally, by hitting that like button. I want to say thank you. We just hit 4,000 some few days ago, and then I took 4 days away, right? Go figure, right? But I promise you I was just busy, okay? But we're back, okay? But sadly, we have to cover this news as we're coming back. You know, this young man, 27 years old, we played all of his music in the beginning. We played his top 4 songs in the beginning. And there's a lot of stories around this, and we're going to unpack all of it, okay? We're going to unpack all of it. But, you know, as I'm talking today, hit that like button. I beg, hit that like button. We're missing about 4 likes right now at this point in time. As we're having the conversation, the link is pinned to the top. If you have any correction, context, anything you want to add to the conversation, please feel free, okay? I want to engage in a conversational manner and do less of monologues, okay? But yes, welcome back. R.I.P. to Mohbad. Yeah. Good evening, sir. Brother Patrick, good to see you, sir. Happy what are we on? Saturday, right? Okay, Saturday. I'm losing track of time too. But let's talk about Mohbad. Who is Mohbad? Before we get into that, there's the books. You can now pre-order. You can go to Amazon literally and pre-order. The Kindle version is up there. You can pre-order. It's not going live until December 30, just so you know. But the pages are live. You could go check them out on Amazon. But we're working very, very hard to make sure that we have a successful launch. And we're going to need all of your help. If you're in the tri-state area, we would love to have you at our event on December 30th. So look forward to that. It's free. It's refreshments. We're going to do live music performance and then obviously interactive session around relationships. And then we're going to have, at least about 150 guests. So feel free. I'll post the flyer into the group. Okay. Just in case you don't know about the group is available at lolaanola.com/WhatsApp, or you can just send a quick WhatsApp text message to this phone number. And if you haven't downloaded the book yet, the book is available plus a free masterclass. Okay. As a matter of fact, let me fix that right now. Some of you have been going through the masterclass. I see your messages. You love it. I love that you love it. Go check it out. Okay. A free book plus masterclass. It's also free masterclass. Okay. And then we do make an offer at the end of the masterclass. Okay. But the masterclass is pure lessons, all free. Okay. All right. So go check that out. loveandprestige.com. All right, so now let's get into this stuff here. As usual, we discuss this conversation from a standpoint of relationships, but power, self, social, seduction, attraction, emotional intelligence. What I'm starting to notice more and more is that, in fact, more so than ever before, is that we have a need as humans, right? Excuse me. I'm trying to get back there. I'm a little clumsy, okay? As humans, we have a serious need for a higher type of intelligence, okay? I don't think I talk enough about higher intelligence here. Whenever I say higher intelligence, I mean God, okay? I mean beyond what you know now. It doesn't matter if you're 99 years old. It doesn't matter if you're 100 years old. It doesn't matter how long you've spent here. As long as your limitations is within the human experience, you have limited knowledge. You have limited wisdom. You have limited intelligence. So I always talk about some type of higher intelligence, and what we call unconditional love is literally impossible without sourcing it from a higher intelligence. So now the question is, how do you source this from higher intelligence? Okay, so there's a lot of things going on in our society today, right, that it's becoming more and more obvious that we clearly need higher intelligence, starting with parenting, because that's how we start raising the adults that we have today, all the way down to the kind of connections that we create with other human beings, which is why we need social and emotional intelligence. Well, emotional intelligence is actually more so about mastering your own emotions. That's the first step, right? But social intelligence is when we start extending it beyond yourself, recognizing that you live in a society with other human beings. Okay, so that thing that you call right, you can talk it away. Okay, talk it away. Every now and then you're going to have to talk it away. What I'm saying is that you're going to humble yourself. Okay, and this type of event reminds us of that all the time. But let's talk about Mohbad. Okay, let's talk about my last few days have been quite eventful. But I was watching the news as it was going down. And then I was like, okay, I'll relax, I'll chill. I wanted to drop a video. I couldn't do live because I wasn't in the studio. But I was going to drop a video. I was like, no, let me just relax, okay? But even right now, up to now, it doesn't look like the news are going to stop, okay? I find that a lot of people are surprised that when you involve money and sex, it can get very dark very, very quickly, okay? When you involve money and sex, if you put those things on a pedestal, directly or indirectly, it can get very dark very, very quickly. Okay, because when those things are involved, right, people will hurt other people for those two things. Oh yeah, I know you didn't realize. Yes, for sex too. I know it's weird. That's why we have simps, because they will do anything. They will drag their mother if they have to drag their mother, just because they are hurt. Okay, just because they pedestalize sex. Listen, I enjoy sex. We all enjoy sex. I hope so. Well, majority of us, right? Money call, of course. Money is a tool now. Hit that like button, I beg. We're missing 2 right now. Hit that like button, pin, share. Right now, I actually need you to share. I want you to hit the share to Twitter, share to anywhere that comes up when you hit that share button. Just share, okay? Help me share. Thank you. Just hit that share button and then share to whichever one of those platforms you like to. I appreciate you for doing that. But let's talk about this Mohbad story. Mohbad unfortunately passed away some few days ago. Young man, 27 years old. No one saw it coming. Okay, majority of people didn't see it coming. Some people claim that they kind of know that he was dealing with some issues. Okay, Mohbad's real name is Ilerioluwa. Fantastic name, lovely name. Ilerioluwa Oladimeji Aloba. All right, Mohbad was born 1996. I said, baby. Wait, if you're born 1996, is that 27 years old already? Jesus, that is crazy. That was the year I graduated from secondary school, from high school. 1996. Wow. So anybody who was born in 1996 is 27 years old. Ayema Nikao. Anyway, he passed away about 4 days ago on September 12th. He's known professionally as Mohbad, of course, like I've been saying. He's a Nigerian rapper, a singer, songwriter from Lagos, Nigeria, and he was formerly signed to Naira Marley's Malian Records. If you don't know Naira Marley, how many of you don't know Naira Marley? If you know Naira Marley, hit 1 in the chat right now. Just put 1 in the chat if you know who Naira Marley is. If you don't know who Naira Marley is, put 2 in the chat. If you don't know who Naira Marley is, or maybe we don't know what Naira is. Naira is Nigerian currency, just in case you didn't know. Okay, how many people doesn't know? How many of us don't know who Naira Marley is? I'm gonna show it for you in a second. Let's see. Naira Marley. Who are we talking about? Naira Marley is this young man here, the one on the left. Okay. This is Naira Marley. You don't know who Naira Marley is? wait. Dealer, changing my 1 to 0 because I don't want to know Omwale. Naira Marley, yo. I'm not sure. It's such a sad day to have to tell the story, okay? The truth is that we don't know the truth yet, but we have more than enough truth. Naira Marley's real name, Aziz Addition of Ashola. Okay, it's a Nigerian, British Nigerian singer and songwriter. From the look of things, it looks like he's already moving mad. No, not already. It looks like he's been moving mad on the grounds of Nigeria, thinking that he can get away with a lot of things he might not have been able to get away with in the UK. Okay, now allegedly he was a criminal in the UK. Maybe not criminal, but he was definitely always in business with the law and the law enforcement. Okay, he's a 32-year-old man. He owns a record label called Malian Records. Okay, but just in case you don't know who Naira Marley is, maybe you know. Let's see, maybe you know the song. Let me play the song. Let's see. Everybody. Any lemon basha ni barawo. Basha ni barawo. Otesele. Yawo ni babalawo. Ole everybody. Any lemon basha ni barawo. Ó fẹ́ ṣe ká fún mi. Mi ò lógún mo ní Kúránì. Mo lè ṣàdúrà mi. Bí ṣe ṣàdúrà mi, aláǹgbàdúrà mi. Àti lọ àti dé. Lẹ́yìn orí yọ ó ti dé. Ẹni bá lọ ló bá dé. Ìgbà tí ń padà dé ṣe ló dé mi ládé. Kádé kó pẹ́ lórí. Bí bàtà kó pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀. Sọ́wọ́n dá mi kan lẹ́sẹ̀. Táwọn méjèèjì kí àìkan kan lẹ́sẹ̀. Inside life, no to the five life. Inside life, no to the deeper life. Inside life, on can jaya, on can chop life. Inside life, on can shake, on can jewa. Just soapy, kicking just soapy. Because he was in just soapy, no the cell, yes, one
Josopi, tó wà níyàwó lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, Josopi.
All right. That's enough. Okay, that's Naira Marley right there. Okay, that's his most popular song. That song has 24 million views on YouTube. That song was not watching itself. Stop the cap. Okay, that song watching all 24 million people.
Stop the cap.
That song was not watching itself. Oh, I beg. Let's just be honest here, okay? Some of you know that song. Stop the cap. All right. He was saying, "Joe Soapy. What is Soapy? What is Soapy?" Okay. It became a big slang because of this song. Okay. It became a very popular slang for masturbation. And you can see it's a bunch of jail birds, a bunch of prisoners dancing Joe Soapy. They were dancing dance Soapy. So it's crazy, you know. That's really, so many people were watching that song. Not many people, many of us. I'm gonna add myself to it, okay? Naira Marley, in a very funny way, is one of I love the song. In fact, some of the most recent songs, right? Because it kind of like brought some light to music and stuff like that. You know, Brother Patrick, I see you. I'll come to you in a second. You know, so it's very interesting how things are turning out. Now, the truth is that a lot of times we glorify nonsense with music. Okay, I don't know if we inherited it from hip hop or hip hop inherited it from us. Either way, it's, you know, that culture of glorifying nonsense in music has been there for a while, but it's getting worse and worse and worse. In fact, in Nigeria, it used to be like, okay, there are certain things that you just don't bring into music video. You had the Shina Peters that were the secular musicians back then. They will still find a way to infuse a little bit of gospel into it because they had that sense of value that they always kind of like put into it. But we're getting to a position where even if you go to church parties right now, they will play Joe Soapy, and then you see some of our deaconesses doing Joe Soapy. Baba, it's been a long journey coming. But anyway, that was Naira Marley. He's the owner of Malian Records, and he was the one who signed Mohbad. Okay, he was the one who signed Mohbad. And let me see. Shola says his music is very vulgar. So the reality is that it was also Mohbad was also part of all of that, right? Mohbad joined the camp, and Mohbad apparently, I mean, he must have been much younger when he joined the Malian music camp. So that's the background story right there, really quickly. But let me bring Brother Patrick, or maybe he has something to say really quickly, and then we'll continue. Brother Patrick, how are you, sir? Happy Sunday, sir.
Yeah, I'm good, Ola.
So, okay, sir.
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, sir. I was wondering if you had something to say. I don't want to leave you backstage for too long.
Yeah, thank you for bringing it to my consciousness that money, sex, and drug.
And drug, yes. The reason why I didn't put drug is because those things they tend to be natural, and we have basic needs of those things. And that's why I didn't. But yes, you're right. Once you start ending up in making music and sex god, there's no way that drugs will not be involved. But go ahead, sir.
I found out that the Nigerians, they are emulating the Western culture, especially in America. All these rappers, rappers that are crying. You understand?
Yeah.
A lot of young rappers, they just buy. Instead of being killed by a gang, or you know what I mean? Gang
activities, yes.
Yes. Just find out that the guy is just coming out, some people just buy him. Yeah. So, which is very bad. We're emulating bad stuff. Are you getting me? Even when Fela was into it, it wasn't as bad like this. He has his own, girls.
Yeah.
He has his own shrine. You can go there anytime. People are safe.
So people were safe at that time, but they were smoking nothing more than just pure Indian hemp at that time.
Americans go there and they find out, wow, there's a place that is free that can, smoke Indian hemp, Like there was a story they told me that a guy went there, an American, and he saw that, said, wow, The guy smoke and just open his mouth. They use his mouth as ashtray. They were
Yeah.
just pouring, so it wasn't as bad then. But now,
Yeah. It's getting worse. It's getting
yes, all
worse.
this guy when he
Yeah.
signed for label like they were circulating. Say if they sign for a label, they must be a member of a court.
Right. That's what we've heard. Because think about it like this, sir. A lot of times it's not directly like that. But when you are surrounded by these activities, if you don't participate, we'll be scared of you now. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We don't know if you will go and snitch. You start to look funny. We can't trust you if you don't participate.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that this guy just fight like that.
Yeah.
I really feel for the the parent, the son, and the wife. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Anyway, that's what I have to contribute. Thank you.
You can come back up later on, sir.
Yes.
The link is pinned up. Yeah, I just want to cover some of all the news that followed it up to like an hour ago.
Yeah.
So I can bring people up to speed with this unfortunate situation that happened to this young man.
Yeah, I will if I have to. All right,
sir. All right, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so let's do this. Let's talk about it. So again, on the 12th, he passed away at the age of 27. I'm just doing the math, and I'm like 27. Oh God, it's easy for people to just turn 27 years old like that. Anyway, so he passed away on the 27th, and then the first news that was reported by Instablog Niger that it was ear infection. But a few hours later, people started to fear of ear infection. Okay, where is this coming from? So people started to chime in. People started okay, let me be honest with you. Let me give you full-blown honesty. I know all those songs, but I literally watched those videos with you for the first time today. I watched them with you, okay? I literally went, downloaded them, plugged them, and said, what? I'm going to watch it together with the Prestige family today. But I knew the songs. I knew that it was Malian music sound. I know that sound. That, especially when I hear Rexy in the beginning, right? But I didn't know him. I didn't know Mohbad until his passing, sadly. And that's really what woke me up to this live stream today. I've always been a big fan of Impact. I don't think anything else matters than outside of Impact. Okay, I think everything else is useless, including ourselves. We only last for so long here. This is all a journey we're passing through. It's a journey. We're just passing through this place, right? So, but the only thing you can leave is impact. People remember the impact that you have on them. Okay, I didn't know him. I didn't know his name. Everybody start talking about him, but I know those songs, especially the Peace one. I knew those songs. This one right here, I knew this song right here.
Reading my Psalm, I'm so biblical. I need to look at them.
I know that sound like the back of my hands. Anytime it comes up at a party or anything like that, there's a vibe to it. I just wanted to dance to that song, But Impact, I'm talking about Impact. But anyway, he passed away. They now said they started saying Instablog Nigeria first of all pushed that news out that is ear infection. Okay, but if you look through the comments, you could tell that some people really did not believe that. Okay, some people are die hard, no pun intended, fan of Mohbad, right? And they were questioning ear infection from where to where? How did that happen? He just performed at Ikorodu. What are you talking about? Well, it can happen anytime, but they have a point. They have a point. Wait, accountability. What? Tell us everything else that happened, right? In fact, you can see Sam Clef here. Sam Clef was the guy who produced the first popular album of Wizkid, right? The that first album, Sam Clef, that guy, right? He's now an activist on Instagram. He said many artists face mental health challenges, and sadly, when they reach out for help, they often face harsh judgment from social media critics. That's interesting. The truth is that social media we can't hold social. I keep telling you that you cannot hold social media accountable. That is not a person. That is a group of millions of person. It's not sustainable. It's not a useful tactic or strategy to hold social media. The only thing we can do, again, intelligence. We have to increase our intelligence a little bit higher to the level where we can say we can control this, we can't control this. Let's focus on things we can control before it gets too late. Because if it gets too late, the same social media will come back and you collect. So again, he's going here and judging social media critics. It is what it is. When to whom much is given, much is expected. When you're exposed, when you have access to money, sex, and freedom, it is not a good thing always. It's a good thing only to a certain level. Human beings are mad. I mean, all of us. We need to be grounded. Okay, you need to be grounded. You can't afford this whole thing where and you see that all of this will start linking together. Anyway, you have young men, 24, 21, 18 years, as young as 16 years old, exposed to certain types of access. We need to start talking about that, because it could be your child. They might want to play basketball. They might want to play. When you become an asset to agents and a Naramali and a producer, and when you become an asset, they're going to pump your head because you are the hottest thing. That could be your son. Potentially your son might come home and say, Mom, Dad, you don't know what you're talking about. This is how it is done. Please let me go. If all you have at that point, no, sit down. If that's the only wisdom you have, you will fail. You need something else, and that's what we're talking about today. Anyway, Sam Clef continues, it's only after their passing that we express concern and realize not everyone can be endlessly strong. We've lost another great talent in Mohbad. I need to keep correcting myself on pronunciation. In Mohbad, in this industry, there's a tendency to ostracize those who don't conform to certain circles, showing a lack of unity and support. We're going to talk about all of that. Power is going to play a lot of role in this conversation today. Power is going to play a lot of role. So stay tuned. Again, pin everyone else into the room. We're missing 5 likes. All right. But Patrick says, I don't know Mohbad too, even though I see him scantily. Maybe I don't belong. But I didn't even know him at all. I didn't even know, I feel like maybe, honestly, I'm capping. I just didn't know. I know the songs, okay? But I knew the songs, but Area, I did background though, trying to be a good wife today. You should always be a good wife. What you talking about? Not to how you did. Hello, Kathy. Kathy says, Brother Patrick, you're not alone. We're on the same boat. Most of us are busy, unless they're Davido, Wizkid, and Burna Boy. Unless they hit that place where Ashake is right now. We might know the songs. Oftentimes we know the hit songs, we can't put a face to it. And that was me, basically. It doesn't look happy in the songs too. Abi not only, you start seeing it that way once things happen. There's an auntie that came out. I'll play for you later. We'll start saying, "Oh, I dreamed about him. I should have said something." I said, "Auntie, go and sit down somewhere." Anyway, Dilo says, at the very least, Naira contributed to his anxiety, paranoia, mental health. Who knows what was in the system before the nurse took him injection with no vitals, with no test done. Bullying is abuse. They definitely bullied him. They definitely have a practice of bullying in that practice of shutting people down, of bullying people into silence. And these kids, they're young, and they don't know what they don't know oftentimes. But let's keep going. I'm bringing us up to speed with the news. So they said it's ear infection, injection, blah blah blah, and then before you knew it, Nigerians started pulling out some videos, okay, of this man, of evidence that he had been struggling with some things. Okay, so I'm going to play some of that evidence and then we'll take it from there. All right. Here's
Me and Mohbad.
Here's Bella Shmurda is a very popular artist right now. It's the first time I know that name. I know some of his songs, but it's the first time I'm putting a face to it because of this terrible news. Okay, apparently it was on Today's platform, but let me play it.
We are in an apartment and Mohbad was like, he wants to form the upstairs because of this labor issue. But we go hold this boy for window.
So let me translate, because honestly, I have to listen a couple of times before I put their sentence with their sentence to understand what is going on. You know, a lot of these young men are street boys. This is the first time they've been exposed to even ordinary 10K. If you give them ordinary 10K, what is 10K? 10,000 naira. How much is that in dollars? I don't know. Divide that by 1,000. Less than $20, $15, something like that. Is that so? Is my math correct? Help me. But you get the gist. It's nothing to write home. If you give them on the place where these kids are coming from, right, they'll fall for anything. You know, as compared to a Naira Marley who had been exposed to Britain and he lived in Britain for a while, you know, whatever. He has a history from that, right? So just apply some frame of reference there. A Naira Marley, a kid from the streets of Ikorodu, right? One is definitely going to worship the other one directly or indirectly. You know? So there's going to be a point where they're like, hey, maybe I don't want to do this, but let me try. Okay, maybe this is my blessing. Let me not listening to what he's saying. Right? That's what's going on here. You're going to see it play out in this story a lot. But let's continue, Bella Shmurda.
Mohbad don't almost jump on.
He said he wanted to jump off a building because of the label issues. What happened was that last year, apparently, he decided that it's a wrap. Whatever lifestyle, whatever was going on within the label, Mohbad didn't want to be a part of it any longer. And he decided that he will leave. But when he left, they started threatening his life, allegedly. Okay? They started making his life miserable. They would beat him up. He couldn't speak up because he doesn't know that if he speaks up, okay, allegedly, that they might even come after him more because he has to do shows, he has to be out in the streets. After he left the label, obviously, he wouldn't have the same resources like bodyguard. He's just trying to leave, he's trying to get some shows, get some money, and then continue. But he knew that he wanted to leave the label. Okay, now how do you leave a label is another conversation that we need to have. If you're a young man, you're 18, 16, 19, you felt like you signed the wrong type of deal. How do you leave a label? Okay, Mace from Bad Boy Records. Mace should be around 45, between 45 and 50, something like around that right now. P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, the popular billionaire Puff Daddy, just literally signed over, released his rights to him. We're talking about Mace that was popular in the 90s, mid 90s to late 90s. That was when he was in his prime. So Puff Daddy had been the one collecting all the money from those royalties, all the royalties from those rights, all the while. There's a lot of practices like that going on that people are questioning, right? Nigeria, if you can imagine Nigeria, anything that they do out there, when we inherit it, we do it better. If better means worse, I'm talking about worse. Okay? We abuse it, is my point, right? And that's what this young man was saying. You know what? I don't want to be a part of it. Like what Naira Marley said, you can't just like that, just leave the label, right? The reality is that that's true. Once you sign paperwork, right, you just can't leave. You can leave, but it's going to take some kind of negotiations. But we see kids now that are also abusing that process. Nobody has ever taught them what negotiation is or how to get representations to help them negotiate. You can literally walk in, if you're a popular person like Mohbad, you can literally walk into any firm on Lagos Island and say, I am Mohbad, these are my music, these are my stream, I'm in a very bad situation, I need representation. I'm giving you a tip. There's a lot of lawyers that will happily take on that case to represent you and help you negotiate. They will write letters, they will do what they have to do to get you out of that situation. But it's going to take negotiation. It's not gra. So just as much as they can't abuse holding you hostage. You can't abuse the process of getting out of a deal. You can start collecting shows and collecting money, and the person that discovered you and put you on some kind of platform, no matter how small it is, right, it's still on paper their legal rights. There's a process to that, and a lot of these kids, they don't understand that, right? So now they don't understand that. What do they use? Those ones try to use power. They try to use street power, right, to harass them, and you have a bunch of kids running around with issues, mental health issues. Okay, so no wonder why he might have wanted to jump off a building even after leaving the label. He was about to, because they were threatening and harassing him around town, around different shows. They were talking about him in very bad light. They were basically blocking him from shows. Let's continue. That's what Bella Schmother, a colleague in the industry, is talking about right now.
Girlfriend just enter room, see Mohbad sit down for window. Because of all these things, bruh, you can't just keep going on that. And these people are just forming. There's nothing happening. Something is happening. Something will make you think, say you want your own life. Bruh, it's going to the extreme. Now you go up home, you go the right RIP, and we loved him. No.
He's like, he predicted this was going to happen. This is before September 12th, 2023. Okay? It's like people will start posting RIP and stuff like that. This story, sit tight. We have a lot to talk about. Sit tight, okay?
No love there. And none of them will speak up. They inside that place. None of them won't look anybody high. Yeah, no, they under anybody. Bro. I'll say this.
So now he said, me, I know that means I'm not under anybody's whatever, right? Not everybody's built that way. The key thing, the holy grail solution, because my wife and I were talking about this as usual. And I was like, and she was like, not everybody's built. I was like, okay, there is a solution for everyone that can work for everyone. Okay? Because precisely not everyone is built to fight back or be a Wizkid. We were talking about Wizkid. Wizkid was able to, allegedly, from what we heard, was able to negotiate his way out of the EME records. Okay, he was signed under the Banky W's EME records when they released his first big album, right? And the reality was that when it was ready to leave, it wasn't that simple. But I don't remember Wizkid running around social media or cursing them out or anything like that. What I remember he did is that he started dropping a bunch of songs, if you remember, under the Starboy label, right? He did. If you go back to some of those records, you won't see Wizkid on it, but it's Starboy, right? But when you hear the song, you're like, but this is Wizkid now. The songs still were popular, right? And he was able to use that hack to continue until he was able to negotiate to regain his control of the name Wizkid as an entity back, right? One of my younger brothers here, my pastor's son, was talking to, we were having a conversation, and he was like, well, he controls 3 different entities now, and he can, depending on how much money he wants to make or how he wants to structure the deal, he can use Ayo Balogun, or he can use Wizkid, or you can use Starboy. But the holding company of overall all of them that owns all of that right now is Ayo Balogun. As an entity, not as a person, as an entity. Then Wizkid, then you have Starboy, and then Starboy can also do, right? And so even though he's signed to, I don't know if it's Sony Records or Empire, one of those big international labels that sign them and give them big money, the kind of money they just gave Ashake, right? So even if he does, he has a way that they've done that deal, structured that deal, that if he doesn't want them to take out of his money, he can just perform as Starboy. Everybody knows what Starboy is, right? And there are ways that they structure that to make sure that he has leverage, power. They go too long. The reason why I keep talking about power here is not your power against another person. No, it's about you as an individual. Where is your best point of leverage to create the result you're looking for? So we cannot talk about power and leverage until we identify what exactly are you looking for. If we're talking about marriage, do you want to go your separate ways? Well, what's the best way to go about that? What's the best point of leverage? Do you want to stay together? What's your best point of leverage? If you want to stay together, you want to keep your home together, obviously making your partner your enemy is not your point of leverage. That's you operating from a place of weakness. That's some of the conversations that we're having when I'm talking about power. Okay, the same thing is applicable when we're talking about labels, when we're talking about business, when we're talking about your rights at your workplace and stuff like that. Oftentimes, your feelings will tell you should overreact and curse people out, middle finger everywhere, right? But it's not your best move, right? You look on the board, you say, which one is my best move? Some moves look very obvious. They're usually not the best move. They look very obvious because your feelings are caught up. To feel right in an instant if you use that move. But when you calm down and say, you know what, this move, 3 days from now, I may feel a little bit different. Let me calm down. Let me talk to someone. Let me seek other people's insights, right? These are some of the conversations that we need to start having as early as possible with our kids, so that when they end up out there, no one's going to cajole them with sex and money. You get it? If you don't get it at this point, listen, I just ranted a little bit for a while. You don't get it?
You get it? If you don't get it, forget about it.
All right. Let's continue. I told you we're going to talk. We're going to have a comment. Let me see. Somebody just said something about education. Brother Patrick says education play a great role. They need a lawyer for negotiation and signing a label. Yes. There's some dumb lawyers out there. They might just be excited more about Naira Marley and say, just sign, I got you. Naira Marley may recommend a lawyer for you. Don't use that lawyer. Right? Not because now at this point we don't know if Naira Marley is bad or a good guy. He's going to come off as he's doing you a favor, right? Naturally so, because he's seeing talent in you, he's trying to put together an empire, right? So it's going to come off as he cares about you. It doesn't matter. Yes, bros, you care, I know, but just to protect all of us, let me find my own representation, right? The same thing is applicable when you're talking about divorce. You don't go there and say, let's just sign so I can escape my life. No, don't do that. Find a competent lawyer. There are interests beyond what you can see that needs to be protected from a legal standpoint, right? It's never as simple as what it looks like on the surface, because you're a human. Like, even if you are the lawyer, you need someone else to protect your interest. Okay. Anyway, let's keep going. Bella's mother is still talking.
It's me and Mohbad were in an apartment, and Mohbad was like, he wants to.
All right, so there you have it. I just wanted to touch that real quick. So that's what Bella's mother said. You can see this thumbnail says hold him responsible. That's what everybody's talking about. Who is him? There are two people that are him that a lot of people are talking about to hold responsible right now. Naira Marley, and there's a guy called Sam Larry. Sam Larry's name is going to come up in a few minutes, in a few seconds maybe. But let's continue the story. Okay. Now, there's some old videos. There's some old videos that started popping up, okay, and of him talking about how they were blocking him from doing shows. And this is one of them at CT 105.1. It looks like it's a local radio station in Nigeria. Let's see what this young man, he's passed away now in the last 4 days. And this is his face doing an interview. Let's see if we can understand a few things. They use a lot of street slang, so I'll try to translate to make it clean.
So the show I'm going to right now.
So
is from one African Fest. You know why they have to call me to ask me? Yeah. To ask me, bro, are you really okay? Can you do this show? And I'm like, what do you guys feel like? I'm not okay. So they told me like, the label you left said you're in the hospital. I'm like, me down my home. I just be chill by myself.
yeah, that's fine. That's
I really understand why I've not been in the UK for long. So presently I'm going, so I let them understand. Like, it's not like I let them understand, like I'm gonna prove to everyone like more is different from what you heard online.
Yeah.
What you saw on Twitter, what you saw on TikTok, what you saw on...
I feel like your fans already know you. Like, I'm sure that your fans already, they know you and they trust you. They for people who follow your music.
You.
Yes.
You.
Yes.
So the show I'm going to right now.
So
is from one African Fest. You know why they have to call me to ask me? Yeah.
And they follow everything that you're up to and everything that you've been doing. I think your fans understand that you're okay and that you're fine.
Yeah, my fans do. You. My fans do, but most of my fans I really understand that. My fans from Nigeria.
Yeah.
I got fans in.
They follow everything that you're.
All right, so what he's talking about is basically the fact that people will call him for shows, but they will call the label that he left, the record label, which is Malian Music. And this is him talking before he passed away. And he said they would, they will call the record label, and the record label will say he's sick, right? It's not available right now, right? And he will find out because people will tell him later on that, well, this is what your One African Fest, which is, they do it in Dubai, they do it in New York, they do it in London by Polo, who is a fiance to Yabo Ojo right now. So he's the one that run that show, and so they will just say, oh, well, he's sick right now, and then he will find out that they said he is sick. Like, no, I'm just home, I'm not sick, and that's what they were talking. So again, this is part of the harassment. So they were blocking these shows. They were blocking him from eating. Okay, it's a full-blown allegations of harassment, industry harassment. Not just that, but even physical harassment. Okay, so that's one. Then somebody came out and some guy called Little Smart. Little Smart, you're going to see him, this guy right here, you're going to see him also say some other things, but apparently he had something to say about the ear infection allegations that he died from ear infection. Little Smart posted here, he said it before all this happened. He said it before all of this happened. What a wicked industry. It's no ear infection. It's a lie. They didn't post anything. Okay, so now 2 days when all of this happened, no one was posting anything. Okay, nobody was posting anything with regards to this man's passing. They can buy cars, but they no get money to buy data to post. God protect me and everyone else. Listen. Now, I see you're getting where the gist is going now, right? Money, sex, okay. Money, sex, very, very important. That's how I started this stream, and I'm going somewhere with this, okay? Those are things that are almost at the basic needs of human beings in a civilized society, right? But those are also things you can use to get gullible men and young gullible men and women. Okay, not just men, gullible young men or women. Even when they're thinking about career, right? They tend to think about career as, oh, I'm going to buy the next car. They're using cars to cajole them these days. Cars, a house, an apartment, which is basically usually an apartment in Lekki. You're living large. It looks like it. Okay, that's something that the music industry here were going through heavily in the past. Maybe about 20 years ago. You've seen less and less. It still happens, but you're seeing less and less of it. But you're going to continue to see. Why? Because it's not about the name of the deal. Some people say, well, 360 deal, don't do it. It's not about the name. It's about look closer into the deal, right? And there's always, listen, it's always, when it comes to the deals you're signing, when it comes to business, it's always you against the other person. You know when they say win-win? Yeah, right. It's possible, okay? But don't expectations. Don't expect that the person that's signing you to a deal, there's a reason why you're signing a deal, that they won't want the upper hand. What is upper hand? Upper hand is not always that, oh, they just want to cheat you. No. They are looking for the best form of leverage for them. Remember what I said about leverage and power. They're looking for the best form of leverage for them because also they don't see tomorrow. They're not going to give you leverage. The only thing they can do is entertain your negotiation if there's enough value in you. Is this submission talking point that people talk about submission when it comes to marriage? The same issues, okay? You're struggling to get someone to submit to you. Clearly, they don't see value in submitting to you, but you are using the wrong point of leverage to ask for submission. The more you ask for it, the worse it gets. The value is, the intrinsic value is not there. What you should be focused on, your best point of leverage is the value. So now but you also need, the value is useless if you don't know that value, right? Self-respect, self-love, self-worth. If you don't know that value, if other people see it, it's useless for you in particular. It might be useful for other people. They might see what you don't see, and they might decide to leverage it But if you don't see it, it's useless. It's just useless for you. And then you might find out 5 years from now that so there's a lot going on there, right? Value is what you should be focused on. Sex, money follows value, not the other way around. Okay, so I'm not going to sit down in this studio and tell you don't do sex and money. No, of course not. That's even unrealistic. You're going to do it anyway, right? But I'm trying to get you to understand is how it plays in the dynamics of power with respect to your life and your desires. That's what we're talking about. Okay, so yes, we're going to extract more. There's more. Let me go back to, let's continue to follow the story. Okay, so Nigeria thrown into mourning suddenly within 24 hours. All right, you see a lot of issues, lots of issues. Oh my God, it gets really bad. Let me play this video for you of when the first video that came out of a young man. I don't know who this young man is. He was just crying. Let me see. Okay, there you go. Let me play this for you.
Mohbad is dead. Mohbad. Mohbad is dead. Mohbad.
He was showing his body, so they blocked that out. That's why I love. Shout out to Instablog Nigeria. They always block that out, right? So that young man was crying. He had his body, and again, it was. I'm like, who is this guy? When I saw this, I started seeing it. This flooded my complete timeline. You know, I'm like, who is this guy? Who are they talking about? Mohbad, some young guy, you know. But I'm just showing you the timeline of how everything was going, okay? And you know, then the video started coming out. More and more videos coming out. Then you saw Bella Shmurda came out for the first time after his passing to say, I knew it, right? He says something to the effect of what goes around comes around, right? It gets worse and worse and worse, right? And then for the first time, I think about 24 hours later, Naira Marley decided to make a post. Here's the post. Just a heartbreak emoji, right? This is after they started dragging him on the internet because people were aware that he was, let me say allegedly, there were videos that demonstrated that people in his camp were harassing, not directly, but they were harassing this young man, okay, because he left the label, okay. And you also saw the video of him saying, well, the label kept telling people that I'm not available for the show. Then you saw Zinoliski, who is another upcoming artist. I think Zinoliski is it's popping right now. They've had like many award nominations, at least, if not won awards from this same record label. So they were everywhere. They were making noise, but a lot of their creativity looks like were boosted and were generated by drugs. But we'll talk more about that as well, you know. So all the people now started for the first time Naira Marley broke his silence and started you know, posting stuff, you know. Then the family came out and made a post. Okay, I'm going to read what the post that the family put out there. The family said, and I quote, "It is with great sadness that we confirm the passing of Promise." Okay, so Promise is another good name. Oladimeji. Okay, Promise is direct translation of Yoruba. Ileri Olua. Oladimeji Aloba, aka Mohbad Imole. Today, on the 12th of September 2023, Mohbad was light until the very end. And as we mourn, Imole means light in Yoruba language, just so you know. Okay. And as we mourn the loss of the brightness he carried, the family thanks you for your loss and prayers and ask that you continue to respect their privacy during these difficult times. Imole is finally at peace. Now, the family plays a significant role in how this story played out over the last 4 days, and we're going to be covering that. So sit tight, because it's not that simple. There's more to this story. Okay. So much more. Okay, check this out.
Mohbad kúkẹ́. Ọdún mi, Mohbad kúkẹ́. Ẹni tó pa Mohbad ò ní kú rẹ̀. Ẹni tó pa Mohbad ayé máa bàjẹ́. Ọdún mi ṣá.
Mohbad, bro.
For a good 5 minutes.
This was at a club, I guess.
This life, and just enjoy yourself. No cheat day. No cheat day, bros. See.
Yeah. So the whole nation broke into a mourning stage. Then it really started to get my attention. Now let me give you this flash. Okay, I didn't think that. Let's see. I didn't think that I was going to cover the story until later on earlier on today. So I went to pick up my wife, and I was like, "You said I know this guy. You said I probably do." And of course, you know this. Like, okay. So we're in the car riding, then I was like, I played it. Now, no, I did schedule the show earlier on, but I was like, I'm going to cover the news regardless, But I thought I was going to cover many, many other stories during this live stream, I was like, okay, I'll just cover the news as something I will, because I already see that there's a point of lesson, which is the power play, negotiations always been a part of life. I knew I was going to talk about that. Maybe I'll talk about it in about 10 or 15 minutes. So when I was riding down the streets, with my wife, you can picture it, right? And then I started playing the song, right? No, the first thing I did is I pull up his Wikipedia. I was like, this song. So I put it up on Apple Music. I played. I was like, these are my songs. So as soon as we got home, I was like, I gotta download it. I played that, which is what I played in the beginning. So it's had a different effect just knowing that I had connected with his work before now, But Burna Boy, this is how Burna Boy found out.
Are you? Everywhere then they say R.I.P. Molly. Who be Molly?
He said everywhere they're saying R.I.P. Mole. Who is in Mole?
I'm a bad poof.
You know they listen what they listen to.
I would think they're the right for there, bro. There's plenty for the comment.
All right, that's All right, so let's continue. Again, 24 hours later, almost 24 hours, not all the way, almost 24 hours later, then the artist started posting, but then something started happening. People started to make the posting of this guy about how record labels harass new young artists. Okay, now if you thought that a lot of people know allegations against P. Diddy is that majority of people in his artists, he took advantage of them. Okay. But majority of artists that we know, like the TLCs, the Tony Braxtons, everybody that was ever signed under the LA Reid LaFace Records back in the days, all those guys, okay, the Jodeci's, all of them, they were all robbed. Well, not robbed. They signed terrible deals. Okay, there's a reason why I don't like using the language robbed. It's for your own good. Okay. There's a reason why I don't like when people say, oh, the wife weaponized with sex. So that interpretation of the events that are happening will hurt you more. Because when somebody weaponizes something against you, there's only one thing you do against them. You do something against them. There's only one thing you do. You do something against them. You hurt them back, because hurt people hurt people. You have a certain level of power to attach meanings to the events of your life. Very, very important, something to know. It's a big part of our books. You have a certain level of power to attach meanings to the events. Okay, there's a way you can attach meanings that will water it down, that you hurt yourself too. But when, as an absolute, the only meanings you attach is somebody is just out to get you, you will end up trying to hurt other people, and you can in reverse hurt yourself in the process. So instead, I want you to pay attention to how come they had a leverage over you? What is the leverage they had over you? And is this a true leverage, or this is my feelings? Just the relaxing, take a chill pill and assess things and see, like, okay, so if you look at, oh, they robbed me, you use your own hands to sign paperwork when you went there. And now 10 years later, you are talking about they robbed you. You will continue to hurt yourself, because you will fight back. You will overreact. Because what do you do with people that rob you? You fight back, right? But if you see it as, oh, I signed a terrible deal, then the next point of leverage that makes sense is, oh, I need to renegotiate. Yeah, clearly, they see some kind of value in me that I didn't see. Oh, well, now I'm whiskey now. Okay, I'm Burna Boy. Okay, we can go back to the drawing table and renegotiate and shut everything down until, I think Kiss Daniel had the same issue. He changed his name from KISS to KIZZ because he needed to keep performing under a different name until he renegotiated, right? These guys were lucky enough to be positioned to be advised properly. Oh, what's the issue? You can't perform. Just use another name. Shebi now you. Just change the SS to ZZ. Power. Now, you do have relationship with the other record label or whoever we're talking about. It doesn't have to be record label. It could be your husband. You are stuck with this person. This could be your ex-wife, your ex-husband. You still have business with them. So shooting them on the head does not help you. It doesn't help you. What you need to do is assess things, pay attention, relax, cool down. Your emotions will try to play the most of you, will work against you, right? Relax, talk to someone, say, okay, this is what we're looking to. Okay, this person, we're still going to be together, but somehow they have this kind of leverage above me. So it's not me saying, no, let's just call a spade a spade. You call a spade for yourself. And that's your idea of calling a spade. You will hurt yourself. So instead of saying things like, oh, they robbed me. No, I signed a terrible deal. Accountability. Unless they put a gun to your head to sign, then you'll be correct. You signed a deal that you never read. You signed a deal without representation. Hold yourself accountable, because that's your best point of leverage. That's your power. Not in holding other people accountable in a very loose guard way. You will hurt yourself. That's why I'm saying that. So yes, a lot of these people, they sign terrible deals. What do? They come back and say, I was robbed. No, you signed a terrible deal. By the time Mason Betha from Harlem World, right? By the time he started to ask for his deals back, he was no longer a viable artist that anybody was. It's like 20 years later. So PDD just released the rights to his catalog to him, because it's now, okay, you can have it for the rest of life, can retire on it, right? And then PD is like, it feels good now to do that. But the best time to negotiate is when you realize, oh, you don't want to give me my due. That means you don't want to give me my rights. That means they see some kind of value in it. You go back to the drawing table, find some representation, find a good lawyer, a manager, and have a conversation. What is it that they see in you? Stop it. Use it to negotiate. Okay, let's renegotiate. Well, let's do this. You go back to, but if you do the gra thing, right, it doesn't work. Okay. And by the way, usually they will have more power over you. They have more influence in that industry. And guess what? This is the bad news for all of us that's listening right now. That will never change. It might change form. It might change how it operates. They might stop harassing people using Sam Larry or MC Oluomo or any of the thugs to harass people. But they can always find, because they can think better than you, they will always find a way to continue to harass you or control your life, because you tend to get caught up in your emotions. You want to say no, just give me my thing. They will destroy your career for you before you get to use it ever again, if ever. The meanings you attach to the events of life matter. The words you decide to call them matter, because they would determine your next best move. Right? They would determine how you decide to move forward. Very, very important. So now you see a lot of artists are coming out throwing shades at Olamide and some of the label executives and saying, hey, this is what they do, this is what they do. They're rushing to the internet to take part in the shaming of record label executives, and you will need them tomorrow. I think that's wrong move. Okay, I think you can say RIP without shaming the people that you still have to do business with. And keep in mind, hold yourself accountable. You signed that terrible deal. Oh, but they shouldn't have created such deal. You're living in La La world. You're living a fantasy world. Everybody creates deals that gives them the best point of leverage for themselves. It's your responsibility to negotiate. Okay? So we see a lot of people coming out and, shaming the record labels executive. Not Naira Marley. Naira Marley needs to fix something. There's something terrible going on in that camp. They need to fix it. But to jump out and start shaming all the record label executive when you'll beg tomorrow, this too shall pass. It's not a very smart move. And you're not learning the lessons you need to learn, which is the other persons will always try to have one up on you. It's called leverage, right? Because they see that you don't even know your own value. That's why. Okay? And they will milk it until they're tired of it. Anyway, so the wife, he had a wife. He has a 5-month-old baby. The wife came out and said, our son is just 5 months old. Sad. 5 months old baby. Another baby is going to be out there with no fathers. But let me come to the chat really quickly before I continue. Chie Alpha, how you doing? Good to see you. Who didn't know that's why he changed? He charged. What happened? Changed. What are we talking about? This has been the case for a long time. King Sunny Ade had the same issue as regards record. It's always going to be that way. The Onyibo people did it to us black people. Here's a gun. Okay? You can conquer the other village. Give us half of your village. I watered it down, but you get the gist I'm talking about, right? It's always going to be that way. It's a very dangerous world. Okay? If you like to structure win-win deals for other people, there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe that's your own way of having leverage over the marketplace, but the market is not your mate. There is always a marketplace, and the market does not care about your feelings. Okay? The market is precisely a function of all of our feelings already. Fear and greed. Don't get it twisted. All right, let's keep going. So we're coming. So the wife has 5 months old, a girlfriend of 10 years. She started crying out, right? She said, he struggled till death. Y'all made me a widow at 24. Mohbad's wife continued to mourn. I guess she posted, from a page _C33Y_. He said, this nigga struggled till death. Too many pains. Threatening. He has always lived with fears. Even if you read some of his lyrics, you can see some traces, in some of his lyrics. Continue, but most lyrics are like that. Let's stop the cap. Most lyrics are coming from a place of pain anyway. Some people make it through, some people don't. Okay. Continuous fights everywhere he goes to. He has never been happy for a whole day. He was called a junkie, a mad person. Excuse me. Mental issues. So the public would have another view about him. He's dead. At least you all won. Take your trophy. This is what the wife is saying. They have a 5-month-old. Y'all made me a widow at 24 years old. That's sad. Sad. She continues, nothing makes him happy no more. Even after seeing his baby, he became more worried. He's now a family man. He doesn't want anything to happen to us. He didn't, because she's typing this out after passing, right? So the tenses are off a little bit. I was supposed to collect my baby's passport yesterday so we could process our traveling. He always said to me, Wunmi, please go for my baby's sake. I wouldn't want these people to harm you and him. It will break me. You just go. This is what he was going through. Okay. Let me face them myself. Ileriolua, rest in peace. You really need that peace. All right. And there's this post, there's this picture. It says, I became a wife on this day. This nigga is so intentional about me. No one is perfect, but he always made sure I don't lack in every areas of life. Most artists don't do weddings, but he proved how much he got me. My doing hours. Now me no waiting depth do me. No matter who I meet, now me no waiting depth do me. That means it's only me that know what death did to her. No matter who I meet, it can never be like the same. Well, we're going to hold responsible now. Sad. Okay, they actually have a picture of their love story. Our love story was a different one. We fought really hard to be here. I don't wish this type of pain on anyone. That's them right there. Yeah. We had so many. Let me make this bigger so you guys can make it, can put some face to it. I guess that's their baby. We had so many layers, so many plans. 2 responsibility has now become 1. You were my ride or die. I tried my best to make you stay. I repeat, I don't wish this type of pain on anyone. Okay, this ninja, I should keep saying ninja. This ninja died a few minutes after I posted his son 5 months birthday. Yeah, that must have been good.
Mohbad Jr.
His name is Light.
Light. Wow, nice. That boy?
He's a boy.
His name is Light. That's Mohbad right there.
Mohbad Jr.
His name is Light.
That's sad. Look at him with the son. This is crazy. Damn. Yeah. I remember holding my first like this when I was 28 years old. I was also tiny. I barely had, my facial hair was not facial either at that time. I was a baby too. Yeah. Sad. He was trying to do the right thing. You made pregnancy so easy for me. You don't play no jokes. When it comes to me, this is what you used to pay me back after 10 years of being with you. Alright. She was posting all of that, okay? She was posting all of that. But it looked like this young man knew that something bad might happen. It just looked like he knew. Anyway, let's keep going. A lot of people were started accusing the social media. Social media is not a person. The only thing we can do is extract some lessons, turn them into education, turn them into formatted, structured education for young kids, young men. They're going into trying to do life. A lot of young men, young women, they can't comprehend what we call life. when we and a lot of people trying to train them are lame, like that Baba that call women brutal, right? They're very lame. They don't. So when they try to teach them, I call women brutal, and now they flip all the way to the other extreme. Like women are just brutal, so they try to protect themselves from brutal women and still want to have sex with them, so they hurt themselves, right? As opposed to a conversation, but also structured education to let them understand the nuances, right? The intricacies, the fact that power plays a big role, leverage. But you don't talk about power and leverage unless we talk about what you want. It's useless if you try to talk about power and you don't bring it down to what individuals want. You will hurt yourself. Okay, you might be spitting power at them, but you don't even understand what they want. So you're just a useless mentor. You don't even know, you haven't taken the time to understand what that person wants, and you're talking to them about power. At least you have to be willing to say, hey, make sure you identify what you want first, so you don't hurt yourself thinking you're playing power. This is why you see a bunch of lame men running around the internet talking about masculinity. They talk about masculinity, forgetting about it's a moving target. It's with respect to what do you want, with respect to social order, society, emotional intelligence. They just want to talk about masculinity and femininity, and they don't understand. So the conversation loses before you even get started, right? So we need to put this thing into structured education where people have direct or indirect access, meaning if they say I have this problem, somebody can say go and take this person's training, right? So either we're talking about they're going into marriage, or they are going into go and sign their life away, potentially sign your life away when you sign a record label. When you sign that marriage certificate, yes, it doesn't make any logical sense, because that thing you're signing does not really protect you, and it can never, even prenup does not protect you like that. It protects money. That's about it. I guess nobody can take your money. You're playing defense. But in terms of protecting you, understanding that this life is a game, you also have to play offense, right? You will hurt yourself when you don't know what you're doing. Okay, so what we're seeing a lot of them running to the internet, barking at the wrong trees. There's a young man here his name is Daniel something, with a verified page, Daniel Rega. Let me share this. Mohbad wasn't publicly supported when he was assaulted by Naira Marley crew. Even after being hospitalized, the industry elites kept silence. Only Bella's mother boldly stood by him. All of a sudden, everyone is posting condolence messages and acting like they care. No, people can relate. It's not they're acting like they care. You're right. They still don't care. They don't know him like that. But when you talk about life and death, everyone can relate. These are the issues. You are barking up the wrong tree, the wrong issue. This is completely irrelevant. The same issues across the board. It's not relevant. You're right. They don't care.
Well, you're right.
I'm just wondering, where is that expectation coming from that they should care, or that they can say R.I.P. Mohbad even though they don't know him before? They can relate. I could still relate because I knew those songs. And it's sad that somebody that had that level of impact on people is gone too soon before we get to know him. You can't jump to the internet and shame strangers for that. That's not gonna work. In fact, you're hurting yourself, because this is telltale sign of your mindset about how life works. The same so-called celebs are still associating with this assaulter Naira Marley, because business and money no be your mate like that. It's energy, and people have to feed their family. Unless Naira Marley, which is probably going to happen right now, unless Naira Marley starts to represent a threat to their livelihood, it's probably going to start happening in the next few days. Okay, but until that point comes, You can't shame people in the direction that they haven't felt yet. They don't care about anything outside of their feelings. Precisely why they're saying RIP. Because they can relate from a feeling standpoint. Because on paper, you're still right. They don't really care. But I'm more concerned about your own realistic expectations. It's going to hurt you. It's entitlement. I smell entitlement. What can we take out of Mohbad? If you're a big talented person, you're coming off the streets. We're going to get to a point, if it gets too harmful, we need to put these kids to a certain learning process, timeline, before anybody's allowed to sign them as underage. Their parents need to be educated to a certain level before they can be qualified. But that's unrealistic because they're adults and there's only so much you can regulate when it comes to people's freedom to sign whatever they want. So the government is now going to come in and answer to that, just like the government is never going to enforce you to do DNA. It's unrealistic. This whole world is based off of available resources. What do you want? What's available to you? The cards you are dealt. It's your ability to play the game. And if you attempt to use shaming language, controlling all this, he's trying to control that, it doesn't work. You just hurt yourself more. You need to understand the game. Negotiation skills is a life skills. Cooking is not a life skills. Listen to me carefully. Mama, preach nonsense to yourselves. Cooking is not a life skills. Eating is precisely a default skills. I will eat. I will find a way to eat. Cooking is not. Negotiation is something you need to turn to a life skills. Go and read books on negotiation. Until you figure that out, sadly, you will keep hurting yourselves. And the worst part is that I'm not talking about life or death. Sometimes you're still here and you're just suffering. Sometimes you're inside of a marriage, a relationship, and you're just suffering because you don't understand your own value. You're operating from a place of fear. You're afraid that if you make that next move, this person can leave you, and then you feel like you don't, right? You don't recognize your own value. You never even taken the time to assess your own value. So how can you even see value in another person? So now sometimes I say, hey, did you pay attention to him? What kind of value did you get from him? You're like, what do you mean by value? He's a husband. He's supposed to be a husband now. He's supposed to be a husband. Just be a husband. That's bare minimum. Entitlement. Miss Amor says, but the entitlement is justified. Maybe you're new here.
Oh, you're right.
That's precisely my point. But there's a disconnect from that and the results they're looking for. We're trying to figure out the disconnect. Right? Entitlement and expectations, all those things, and intentionality without emotional intelligence. Results, your desire, what are you looking for? Is there a disconnect? Okay, let's trace our steps from where we are, entitled, which is not a crime, to what I'm looking for. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. This is a very dangerous world. Fairness is not enough. You can be walking a straight line, doing all the right thing. I don't know how to tell you nicely because this session is different. You can be doing all of that and still collect. I'm talking about all of us. All of us. Right? This is just the reality. And this is why I said the only thing we can do is how can we extract these lessons and then turn them to education so people can prepare beyond this is my right. I have the right. I know you have the right. But the result is saying that was a privilege. You misused it. You didn't pay attention. You were thinking it's your right until somebody took it away, and then because you didn't know how to negotiate. That's all I'm saying. But we can talk more about that later on. Again, these people are talking, speaking to power. The reason why there's media, we have social media. Anybody can turn on a microphone and start talking to power. Sure. Right? If that's the result you're looking for. If the result you're looking for is to speak to power, as long as you're able to do that, you are satisfied, you go and eat, then you're good. Then you're good. We have to deal with you. I'm talking to the showers, the activists. If the results you're looking for, if you're happy in the middle of that journey of just speaking to power, you have the rights to do that. In fact, we appreciate you more in that lane. Please don't mix it up with trying to be a president, because that's another problem, right? But there's problems. There's issues, and you have to pay attention to it. We need to keep talking about this stuff, right? So we have somebody, he planned to buy, according to this skit maker, Cute Abiola, he actually planned to, let me see here, he planned to buy a Range Rover, apparently. Mo, now this Friday you won't go buy new Range Rover Vela, Range Rover Vela. Yes, this coming Friday. For God's sake, God, who are we to question you?
I did find you. Where you did? I don't see you. But I really appreciate you show for me. Me, I don't even know say people love me like this. Now show me love, God will show you love too. Blessings, my G. I really appreciate you all along, but thank you. I did find you.
He has a very heavy voice. He has a very, very, heavy voice. He's going to be missed. He has a very unique, heavy voice. Somebody said, I thought he had a mansion, youth fumes over the proposed location of... Okay. So, less than 24 hours later, about around 24 hours, they wanted to go and bury him. Okay. They decided to bury this young man's body less than 24 hours later. That felt like evil to me. Okay. I honestly, I respect Muslim rights and stuff like that, but it's just very weird that there'll be a whole bunch of noise around burying him as a Muslim. And then there was a casket. From what I've seen, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, I beg. From what I've seen, they usually don't bury the people that they bury immediately. They don't bury them with casket. I saw, if I remember, the passing of the great Sound Sultan, which happened here in New Jersey. I don't think they use caskets. They wrap them in white body and then they bury them immediately. But this guy had a casket and they were showing his body. It looks like something happened to his neck. It was just very weird. I'm not going to show that here. Let me see. But Ben, how far now? The problem in Nigeria is weaponized poverty used by those in power to control the less. Yeah. But that's the reality. That's why it's perpetual. That's why it's a vicious cycle that almost will never end unless we start understanding the value that we have as a people. Just think about it now. People don't give power. It's taken. Go and look at the history of mankind. They don't, just imagine, they don't hand you power. Right? It has to be taken precisely. Now, when you take it, it's a very dangerous process. Because remember, you're taking power from people that are power drunk. Okay? So you best hope that you know what you're doing when you're trying to take power. Just imagine people trying to set up a coup. If they get, I think Dia is the only one that ever get caught and survived it. Once you get caught, it's a wrap. Even in the streets, once you get caught as you are betraying, which is probably why they were harassing him like that. Like, this guy knows too much. We can't just let him floating around the street. I'm not talking about it's right or wrong. I'm talking about, I want you to understand this is how it plays out across at every layers of society. This is just how it plays out. It's your responsibility to identify your own leverage. Okay? And identify your own leverage is never a straightforward process. oftentimes it takes, relax, assess your situation. What do you want? What do you have presently? Often, what do you have presently? Appreciating it or doing an appraisal of it is what I'm talking about. Sometimes that looks like, why am I stroking the ego of my husband just for him to do what he's supposed to do? You missed the point. Remember, there's something that you want. Now, you're willing to pay the price, or you're willing to cut some corners, or to say, I don't have to pay that price. There's another way to go about it. When you understand that all of us, every human being cares about something, then you calm down and find out what is it that they care about. And then that's some of your point of leverage. You need the keys. You need keys. So wrong, you're right. Right, you're right. I'm talking about how to get the results you're looking for. Okay? And also to understand that there's no guarantee in life. Sadly, this young man lost his life. Sadly. Okay? I don't think he's Muslim. So suspicious. Yeah, that was very, very weird. There's something that just didn't feel right. And I'm like, is he Muslim? But why is he in the casket? Why is it all this noise? Like, it was just the weirdest thing. Less than 48 hours, I should say safely. I'm talking about 24 hours later. Okay? Like they're trying to conceal something. Yes, that's what it looks like. All our word on the street is that he's not even a Muslim. Yeah, I saw that somewhere that he doesn't practice as a Muslim, but he was born a Muslim. His name is Ileri Oluwa Aloba. What's the other name? Oladimeji. There's no Muslim name in that. So usually Muslims have at least one Muslim name, and when they're putting their name, if the family is releasing a statement with their name, they will usually have that Muslim name, even if it's not the legal name. But who knows? There's still more that's still coming out. So yes, the same question that the public is asking, which I think the public they need to keep asking. Something foul happened. Okay, something very foul happened. And the father is acting all weird and suspicious as if he has been paid. His wife wanted an autopsy, but the father didn't. Yeah. So yeah, that's part of the event. And okay, I'll play this.
Mohbad wá síre, ṣebí tó fẹ́ sí Mohbad wá sí leléyìí. Ṣebí tó fẹ́ sí Mohbad tá wá síre. Ah, ọmọ ṣe na wá ni. Sọmú wa. Ah. Ọmọ. Irọ́ legend. Ah. Ẹ̀yin yo 10,000 ló wá bí. Ẹ̀yin yo 10,000 ló wá bí. Ẹ ṣe nǹkan gidi ọlọ́ba sàlọ́ lọ́wọ́ mi débi ẹ má fọ. Ó gbọ́dọ̀ sí Mohbad sínú bí.
We don't agree. We don't.
All right, so basically people were crying that why would they want to bury him in this? They're saying why would they want to bury him in a land that is not a burial ground, it's not a regular cemetery, which they do have proper cemetery in the islands, even in parts of Lagos, right, where they can actually do a befitting, pay him the last due rights and stuff like that. But it's just this empty land in the middle of nowhere in Ikorodu, apparently, that they were about to bury, which they actually buried him that day. This is 3 days ago. And people were lamenting about that. It just looks very weird. Then we saw some news later on that the father, this was a land that they just recently took from the mother-in-law, his mother-in-law, Mohbad's mother-in-law, that he paid for. And there were actually some tussling back and forth, some disagreement over the land, but he was buried basically in the middle of nowhere. And that's what the people were talking about. Like, why not a befitting burial, right? All right, these people are. Is there where they want to bury our own Mohbad? That's the translation. No way, we won't agree. Okay, so you saw that. So within 24 hours, there's just too many drama around the passing of this young man. It just looks too ugly. Okay, and finally they laid him to rest. Yeah, it's a sad sight to see. Maybe the father has been threatened. Yes, something like that probably happened too. These are all the different possibilities, which is why it needs to be investigated. Because one of the let's talk about problems in Nigeria: accountability. Okay, for the society at large. Okay, from agencies, government agencies that matter to keep, because again, human beings are mad. If you don't have accountability, people will continue to act mad. It's just the way it works, right? What Brother Pen was saying earlier, right? If you don't, somebody else will do it. Okay, even if you walk a straight line, somebody will make you do wogga wogga, and then you're like, oh, they made me do it. Well, every action is a reaction. We've been talking about that recently too, right? The whole thing is weird. Where is the boy's mother, for heaven's sake? The mother made some statements. I think we'll get to in a second here. I'm not in a rush. Today is Saturday, so we're gonna get through some of this. Hit that like button. We're missing about 7 likes. Hit that like button, I beg. All right, so that was that. They buried him within 24 hours. It was a sad sight to see, to be honest with you. Just watching, because again, even if I wanted to avoid seeing this, it was just all over the time, and that actually made me like, okay, I'm gonna have to look up this stuff, and there's a lot of stuff that they're talking about. Less than 24 hours after his death, Mohbad's relatives reportedly plot on how to collect his properties from his wife, reported by Instablog Niger at his burial ground. This is another sad part of the Nigerian culture, or most African culture. Not most, I don't know if it's most, but a lot of African culture. This idea of plotting to take people's property less than 24 hours, as reported by Instablog Niger. Let's check this out. These people.
ṣùgbọ́n ó jẹ́ ọgbọ́n fún gbogbo ènìyàn agbègbè dúró yìí láti focus ẹ má gbẹ́.
Let me do translation. I'm watching it for the first time. I saw it, but I didn't listen to it. He said it's a lesson for everyone. I'm translating.
pẹ̀lẹ́ ìyàwó ẹ gbọ́.
He said, listen.
ẹni sùúrù ẹ sinmi ẹ lọ.
He said, calm down.
ó ti ṣẹlẹ̀.
It has happened. It has happened.
àti rí ọmọ tó kú lóòótọ́.
He said, we've seen children that died on the same day they were born. He said, we see kids that collect millions and never bring it home. I'm listening out to the part where they probably planned to take properties from the wife. That's what I'm listening out for. They're basically talking that this kid was buying mansions and living life that, look at where they're about to bury him, right? They just I don't know if I should call it banter, but they were basically singing that song of like, wow, this is a sad situation.
Can you imagine?
This one. Okay, this one has no audio on this one.
Anything. Hello. Anything.
Okay, I didn't see. I mean, did you guys hear anything? I didn't hear anything about the wife. Did I miss it? Someone said the wife will have to prepare well because those ones are ready to collect everything. Okay, I guess they were discussing properties, right? But I'm not sure they mentioned the wife. I heard something about Mohbad Jr., Imola Jr. So did I miss something? Somebody help me. This person said the wife will have to prepare because these ones are ready to collect everything in her possession that belongs to Mohbad. This is why many women and children suffer once the man is gone. This is a bad part of our culture that we need to work on. These are some of the things that I'm asking. We need higher level of intelligence. Yes, we have culture. Our culture is our culture. But you have to pay attention. Like every civilized society, you have to pay attention where your culture might be hurtful to a certain part of society. That sector of the society that you're hurting, directly, indirectly, willingly, unwillingly, subconsciously, unconsciously, and consciously, whichever one, right? They're going to come back and haunt you, right? They will come back. They will be the end of you if you don't pay attention to, at some level, make sure that the society at large, a sector of it is not just neglected. In this case, we're talking about children and wives. When somebody does end up becoming a widow, it's a bad news for a lot of people. Okay, so let me see. Did you guys catch anything that I missed? You guys might be able to help me because it's email. Sharp man. Autonomy remains undefeated. The price of fame. Maybe the father has collected. Yeah. It was sad to see how he was placed in the coffin with his neck bent. Yeah, it was a sad stuff to see. All because they want his money. They will start troubling his poor wife. We know this happens. So it's probably going to happen, especially with the structure we're looking at right now. No things were in structure. He probably has low paperwork in structure. In place and stuff like that, and we're talking about somebody that came from the bottom, so they will obviously try to do that, all because they want his money. No respect for human life in Nigeria. A celebrity buried like an ant. It's a shame on the society. Well, the father didn't give anybody a chance to even reach out and say, what do you want? Because Davido sent some money. I think we'll get to that part later on. He mentioned the wife when he said Emagbe okun si obìnrin, basically saying the wife cannot be trusted. Oh, that part. Okay. So it's indirectly? Or did he say Yahweh? There was a video I saw somewhere, or somebody say, Yahweh lo shele, something like that. I saw something like that. I think a woman was saying that. We might find that later. A woman believed to be his stepmom mentioned the wife at the burial. Okay, yeah, I think I saw that somewhere. Shout out Oluyomi. Shout out to Blockchain Babe. Good to see you. I believe there's a video of a woman who mentions the wife. Yeah, not in this clips that we just saw. But let's keep going. I think there's some more stuff here. Let's keep going. Let's see. Let's see this one. There's a video here. Let's.
I know what you just came.
Me too. I don't do live because of anything. I don't do live.
See, get them. See.
No, now you say person no go give you money, but me then chill now. No.
All right. So some youth ambushed this once. This guy's a celebrity on, skit maker on the internet. He's popular, and apparently they were ambushed by youth demanding for money after attending this guy burial in Orokodu. Again, the streets. Man must eat. The street has no love. The street does not care about you. In the real world, in your fancy world, maybe we'll call it the marketplace, right? Is it wrong? Sure, whatever you think. Is it a reality? Yes. The cabals of any society, including in the Western world, they are aware of that. And there are ways that they benefit from that. Okay? If they can find a balance to use your name, remember that Desmond Elliott doing the conga for people in his street, is it Ikorodu, somewhere like that, right? If they can find a way to do small for you so that you can give them good name, the benefit for self, for their career, sure they will do it. But power is taken. That's the point I'm making. Okay? So the street has no love, but the cabals know what they're doing when they leave it that way too. And also, not just blame it on cabals that you can't even identify. Just be aware there's limited resources. So if you're going to help anyone, understand your own power and point of leverage first. That gives you opportunity to be able to help other people. If you're that passionate, if you do gra, you just collect. Okay, you just end up collecting like it's been since the beginning of mankind. It will continue to be that way. Okay, it will just shift, right? It will look like, oh, society is getting civilized, but then you go to Philadelphia down the street from me and you see a bunch of homeless people standing like this and sleeping in the middle of the night on drugs. Yes, in Yankee. Right? Are you going to tell me that the politicians in that jurisdiction, they're not aware? They know now. They know. If you're that concerned, you want to help, understand power first. Or at least simultaneously while you're worrying about everything else. Okay? You need to understand it. So this conversation is, you see that is leading into so many different, okay, I think this is the lady. Nigerians should ask Mohbad's wife what happened to him. We want the world to know what she has done. Yeah, this is what we're talking about right here.
ìyàwó nǹkan tí ìyàwó ẹ ṣe wọn láṣẹ ń gbé bọ́ọ̀lù kò sí nǹkan mi o ọlọ ọkọ tó yẹ kó lè yẹ yín àti fẹ́ lọ ra ilẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kí ayé lè mọ ibi tí ìyàwó ẹ bá dé bí ọ̀dà ṣe pariwo tó.
She said that the world should know. How do you translate this? Ibi tí ìyàwó ẹ bá dé. How do you say this in English? Basically, she's insinuating that the wife had hurt him. Okay, and the wife was a part of the reasons why he ended up like this, which is passed away. Right? That's what she's saying. So that's clearly an attack at the wife. That's the woman you guys are talking about. She also said Bashe Parwoto. She's also insinuating that he had been warned about the wife.
Vanity upon vanity. Ẹni tó ń lo góòdù tó ń lo kùbá ńlẹ̀ omi tó fẹ́ wá sí sí.
Kọ́sọ́dà káwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ kọ́ lè mọ ibi tí nǹkan tí ìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣe.
Kí àwọn èèyàn ẹ̀ kan lè mọ nǹkan tí ìyàwó ẹ̀ ṣe, so that his people will know what the wife did. What did the wife do?
Ìbọn kò sí nǹkan mi o. Ọlọ ọkọ tó yẹ kó lè yẹ yín. Àti fẹ́ lọ ra ilẹ̀ ṣùgbọ́n kí ayé lè mọ ibi tí ìyàwó ẹ bá dé bí ọ̀dà ṣe pariwo tó bá ṣe pariwo tó.
Yeah, that's just terrible to watch. That's just terrible to watch. Okay. Hours after his demise, alleged audio conversation between Mohbad and his wife surfaced online. So alleged conversation. I wonder. So now they're starting to. And Nigerians, there's more than enough women that will support what that woman is saying. Okay. Why did I say women? Why not men? It's possible that men, but typically this is a space where women attack women. Okay. Particularly women in his family. Okay. There's a reason. It's some kind of territorial. He took our son away type of thing. Yeah, that's the one I've seen, at least. You know, typically some men will do that too, but it's usually not a space for men to be chatty patty about their brother, or they do get involved with fighting for properties when it becomes actual tangibles. But before we talk about properties and tangibles, yeah, we need the support of women in this terrible act that happens a lot in Nigerian culture. Okay. Let me play this. Another one here.
There is my other WhatsApp that we share the same iCloud with. Me, I'm not feeling okay in my life again.
That's his voice. That sounds like him. He's saying, you want to kill me. You want to kill me. If you kill me, if I die today. That's what he's saying. Okay. So far, I'm gonna keep playing it. Oh, he said it indirectly. Okay. They are not even asking how the wife and the son are faring. They don't even care that. Yeah, this is a very dangerous word. This is people's family. You know, when people say, I don't want to marry, you're not shocked that people in your family can actually attack your own after you're long gone. You have no idea. I'm saying that so you can understand that when we're dealing with this side of the conversation, where people just don't care. Okay, sometimes it looks like they care on the surface, but when you trace it deeper into, you see that it's really still a selfish move. Sometimes that selfish move on the surface looks like they're helping you. Does that mean we shouldn't appreciate when people help us? No, that's the other side of the conversation. You should always appreciate when somebody does well for you or does something nice for you. Okay, but don't be all surprised and shocked that you find out that there were selfish motives behind why they did what they did for you. I don't want you to be that surprised, because things can shift and they will start to question, didn't you see that I did this for you yesterday? Remember the guy who deleted his wife in Orlando, Florida? A lot of people, including women, talking about, oh, he brought her to America. They will start, right? Compared to life deleted, it's like, what kind of conversation, weird conversation is this, right? Yeah. It's complex, but we can break it down to pieces, one issue at a time. Not even stepmom, she's his father's girlfriend. Okay, that's the father's stepmother also wants a piece of his money. Ha! Mohbad no get good people around him, I will lie. Let's continue.
I swear to my living God. You won't have to feel me, people who are hospital. You won't have to feel me. You don't know anything. I swear you don't know anything. I swear to my living God. Me, ever since I've gone to the end of my life, I've been. Also, my program is showing me. Go send to my wife and my regrets for the whole life. My life.
Okay, so there's a tussle, there's a recording between him and his wife, and what does that have to do with his life? Right? What does that have to do with he signed a bad deal, he's trying to get out, but then Naira Marley and the weirdos in that camp allegedly chose to use, force, right? Like literally physical force, assault and stuff like that, right? What does that have to do with that? It's not relevant. So people are digging stuff to do what exactly? To shame the wife? Is this another attempt to shame the wife? They had an argument, and he was a street boy. Obviously, he probably struggled with trying to keep her. He wanted to do the right thing, like many of them. Shout out to Tyrese. And they just don't know how to. Right? You don't know what you don't know. Right? There's a text message here. If I buy today, you killed me. If I die today, you killed me. Life is effed up. I'm saying this in advance. Life is effed up. Even since the NDLEA shit. His health has been bad. His tummy is effed up. He complained all the time. He would tell the whole world, though. Okay, so there's a screenshot here of some kind of text message. Don't reply me. So this is a screenshot between him and the wife. The wife said, I'm numb. Apparently, right? But his girlfriend. Okay. So I'm not sure what to do with that information when he's lost his life. This is useless information. But we have people in this world that don't know how to disconnect. Once somebody's life is, there's no excuse. You can't come back and shame the wife and indirectly the child. It's not relevant. Thank you, Jared D. Love. Says that audio was Mohbad talking to his wife, which is not surprising. How is the boy supposed to surrender to the love of a woman when his own mother left him for 10 years? Stepmother doesn't care. So young man was trying to figure out life. What do you want from him if there is lack of education everywhere? Now we're talking about marriage. You're adding marriage to the trauma from having to deal with record label, showing him all this money and then taking all that money away. Do you know how difficult it is for you to go back to your streets if somebody takes away all this? I'm looking good on. Did you see the video I played in the beginning? Do you know how difficult, what kind of weight that will put on his very small mind? A young man, 27, trying to figure out life. Irrelevant. The only thing I can get out of all this so far is we need to come up with education for people to learn how to deal with life. As much as we're getting educated and we're getting more intelligent with everything on paper, when it comes to emotional matters, when it comes to power, you need to pay attention. We need to pay attention. Let me get back to some of this. So, suddenly, how many minutes are we? About 2 hours and change into this. Suddenly, certain news started to come out. People started to call out. This was about 24, it's still about 24 hours later. They started calling out Naira Marley. Naira Marley is the soapy guy, right? The guy who was, this video. The guy that was singing soapy inside of jail, right? This one.
But I ain't just soapy. I bet you know soapy. Sing it fella just soapy.
That one.
Soapy. I don't know more. The balance soapy.
So that guy right there, this one, okay. All right, so let's get back to the work. Okay, that's Naira Marley. Like I said earlier on, is the guy who signed Mohbad into his label, Malian Music. Stop the cap, okay. Many of you are Malians. Am I lying? If you're a Malian here, okay, let me say, if you're at least an ex-Malian, okay, please hit 1 in the chat. Let's be honest, so God is watching you. God is watching you.
Stop the cap.
God is watching you. If you are an ex-Malian, at least remotely on the internet, hit 1 in the chat. If you don't hit 1, God is watching you. Tomorrow is Sunday. Where are the ex-Malian? I don't see anything. Stop it. There's about 39-40 people watching. Who are the ex-Malians here? At least there's a 1. X. I said X. At least X. Nobody. None of you were ex-Malian. No? I know somebody is rushing to the computer to go and hit 1 or to their phones. If you're ex-Malian, hit 1. So all 24 million people that watched this video, you were not one of them at all. I'm waiting. I'm still waiting. I'm sure. If you are at least an ex-Malian, I'm going to start mentioning names of people I think are ex-Malian. I know Brother Patrick was not an ex-Malian. He wasn't. Okay, let me say it like this. The only person that was not ex-Malian in this room is Brother Patrick. Stop the cap.
Stop the cap.
Yeah, so you guys are like that, right? You're just going to be quiet. Yeah? All of you now. Especially Chinye, you are ex-Malian. Stop the cap. Natu has been a good wife tonight, so she doesn't want to say she's ex-Malian, right? Yomi is definitely ex-Malian. There's no question about that. At least ex-Malian, if not presently a Malian, right? Dilo said I shamefully type 1, but I reject all of them now. Oh, all right. At least you say something. Let's continue. Let me get back to what we're doing here. Okay, let's cover all the story. So suddenly they started talking about some guy called Sam Larry. I had never heard his name before. Okay, even before I went back to retrieve some of the music and say, yeah, I know this music, right? I'm like, Sam Larry, who's Sam Larry? Some guy called Sam Larry. This guy right here. Okay, and you can see here it says video reviews that popular Lagos socialite and Naira Marley's bestie Sam Larry recently assaulted Mohbad at a video shoot, and this video started coming out.
But let me do. I think it's
No.
So that's a video of Zlatan, who is another popular artist. Zlatan did a song with Naira Marley in the past. Was doing a video. They were on a wheelchair of a video scene in a shoot, and you can see the guy called Sam Larry walked in, the guy in orange, and basically started to try to harass somebody. It looks like he was trying to harass Mohbad, right? That's Sam Larry. Allegedly, he's a thug boy. He's a thug boy for the politicians and people like that, you know. So it is what it is, right? Let me see. So there's a video here.
My guy just left now. The Chanjalea, what's it called? By them Samilari and all. My phone is with them. You understand?
I'm cool.
No, my worry. Starting the finishing, but you see what's going on, yeah? Naira Marley people and what's it called by himself. We'll see what's up.
All right, so as you can see, it sounds like there's a lot of tussle back and forth. I can't see clearly what that is. Nigerians don't care about being able to see it. They're running with what they believe, which is the fact that that this guy was arousing. Now I do believe that these guys will do that. They will use force when it's necessary. Wait, all of them, I just wake up. Not to you're not admitting, right, Miss Amor? Is that how you pronounce that? Amor or Amore? Which one? Yomi says, at my big age, I'm not Gen Z. Oh, I see that. Now that's cap. You think it's only Gen Z?
Stop the cap.
It's only Gen Z that's Malians. It's only Gen Z that's 24 million viewers. All of them are Malians. Okay, at least we're Malians. Okay. If you enjoy, somebody said earlier, I love the beat, but it was vulgar. You're a Malian. If you were the one that said that earlier, you were a Malian. Okay. I don't even know the guy. Mary said, I don't know the guy. You don't know Naramali? Mary Uzo, you didn't know Naramali? That would be interesting. He was popping some few years back. I think throughout all the COVID era, he was popping with Zlatan. I dropped my card in 2020, exactly. Shout out to you, Dion. Good to see you. Anyway, let's continue to cover this story. So they decided that's about it. Sam Larry is being accused as a run boy of some sort for harassing. Naira Marley allegedly has been using Sam Larry to harass Mohbad for leaving the label. So he was the thug boy who apparently had been beating him. Now they still haven't found a way to connect it to why did he pass away in the first place. Up till now, I don't know if you guys seen anything recently. Up to now, what we have is that ear infection, and he had an injection and he passed away, right? So, and again, he was buried within 24 hours, no autopsy, nothing, right? So we don't know what is going on with that, right? Another video surfaces online of Mohbad and friends calling out Naira Marley's bestie. So everybody has seen that this guy is actually in the camp. Watch this.
Don't do. You mean the beef, guys.
You see what I'm like to Mohbad? See?
You don't do anything you do. No. You don't do. You mean the beef, guys.
You see what I'm like to Mohbad? See?
You don't do it.
All right, so that's a video of him being harassed. Okay, you can see a picture. It looks like he has some kind of, like he got hit in the head or something, or in the mouth. His mouth is swollen. He was involved in some kind of fight here, obviously, right? Okay, so again, they claim that was Sam Larry that was responsible for that. That's all claims. From what I can see, right? I do believe it. I'm just saying that's still a claim, nonetheless, right? I see some postings. Again, this is again, people kept going. This is about now going into about 48 hours later. People kept calling out Sam Larry, this thug personnel that people, the politicians used to even rig votes and stuff like that. Kind of like MC Oluomo, kind of like the thugs for the, allegedly, right? So now they kept saying that he's disappeared. Some people said they know where he's at. Some people said they know he's in Dubai, right? That he's hiding. Nobody heard anything from him. They said they blocked his pages so you couldn't even comment and stuff like that. People still kept calling him out. Even there were some street people that came out that said, you know what, his days are over. Some people said it's a wrap for him. He's done too much. And sometimes you can do too much. The street can support you, but if you do too much and you're going to bring harm back to them, they operate with this power stuff too, right? This power dynamics, they operate from that standpoint. So if you're going to kick against their vested interest, they can also get rid of you, right? So you can see his page. If you go to his page, as of yesterday, it was completely blanked out. He turned off everything, no post on his page and stuff. I'm talking about Sam Larry now. So everybody started calling him out and said, this guy need to be held accountable. He's the guy that was sent by Naira Marley, the owner of the record label. People were digging out pictures and stuff like that. There were also some record label mates, people like Zinoliski, that were being accused of not being, being loyal to their fellow label mates, So some people even dug out a video here of Zinoliski saying that he's not his friend. Let's listen to that video together. Zinoliski is a label mate at Malian Music to Mohbad. So let's watch this together.
Yeah. What's your relationship with Mohbad?
Mohbad. Yeah, Mohbad is my guy, but I can't say he's my friend like that.
He said Mohbad is my guy, but I can't say it's my friend like that. Now, I don't see much to that, okay? Although people are very emotional about this issue right now, so they're saying that, like, why would he say that, right? Did you see someone towards the end of whip Mohbad with a belt or whip or something? Shake my head. Bullying and slowly eating up his confidence and mental health. Let me tell you something. They probably did worse. And they probably still do worse. Labels, record labels have a tendency to attract drug dealers, oloshos, like people, sex workers, people that have very little to care for when it comes to life, okay? And which is what makes it very dangerous, because a lot of people are musicians and they still care about life, but they also indulge in bad behavior because it's a certain lifestyle. The video shoots and all this kind of, they use certain types of girls, typically, not all the time, but typically they use certain type of girls. They want to smoke before they record music. All of the top artists in Nigeria, they're smoking something. I don't know what they're smoking. Davido, Wizkid, Burna Boy, they're all smoking something, right? No matter what city they go into, they smoke something, right? So, and they also tend to, remember Anita? Tell Anita, remember that? So they tend to attract certain things that's not necessarily conducive or good for them. That's very dangerous for the level of brand that they carry. So I think they do worse. They also tend to feel the need to use bodyguards, to use certain type of muscle power to move around town, especially in a place in the third world, it's reality, country like Nigeria, right? You can expect that people will feel a certain level of arrogance, pride above the law, and they will operate that way because they can literally give anybody 10K to go and do something stupid, right? But it's the same thing that will come back and haunt them. But until then, right, it's sad, it's reality. So let's see. You're not a Malian. It's too late. We already declared you ex-Malian. Now, Marley, before he started singing, wasn't a good person. He was a criminal. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. He took advantage of the little boy mental health. Even when Marley is talking, I don't hear much. Like, that sounds incoherent. I have to combine the last sentence with the 20 sentences ago to make sense of what he's saying. But we give them this kind of power by giving them this attention. We enjoy it. We get entertained, right? So it's a very delicate thing. It is what it is, right? I'm not a Malian. Too late. Okay, you were ex-Malian. I'll give you the X part. Okay, the X part of it. Okay, but anyway, let's play this.
He's my friend, but like people that come after.
He's my friend, but negates everything, right? He's trying to make a point. He's just saying they're not close like that.
Friend are people that are like very, very close to me. That's who I call my friend. Not just people that I know, not just people that were together. Do you understand? It's not.
Zinoliski is popping right now. He has hit musics out there as well, so he's popping right now.
We can know each other and not be friends.
I agree.
That
100.
doesn't mean we're enemies. Do you understand?
Yes,
what
I
I'm
agree.
saying? Yeah, I know a lot of people from the industry, but we're not friends like that.
Yeah. It's just like, oh, your guy, you work with them, or maybe you're signed, or So for Mohbad,
so people are trying to pull this out to mean something. Of course, everybody's trying to pull something to mean something. Listen, it gets worse. We're going to bring spirituality into this in a second. They did bring spirituality into it. It gets worse. And it's part of the reasons why there's no accountability in Nigeria. We don't know how to stay focused, face front, right? We must bring all type of nonsense into it. We do it in relationships too, right? To justify, to say, it's fair. Like, no, you're going to hurt yourself. I keep telling you, if you don't know how to face front, you will hurt yourself. Okay, you will hurt yourself. But let's keep going. And of course, a lion had to say something to this. Who is a lion? Let's talk about this.
But Arun Yabo. A lion don't fear to walk alone. Lion go sorrow. Fight for yourself.
It's kind of interesting that he's actually saying some things that this guy is more coherent for me than Naramali. I can understand him better. I know you didn't see that comment, but it's true. I really can. You just have to listen.
Or no. God put power inside talk. Do you hear? A closed mouth is a closed destiny.
A closed mouth is a closed destiny. Shungba. Lord have mercy. All right, now this guy is a one of a kind. If you haven't seen his interview with the Honest Bunch, them they do and them, you should go watch it. Okay, you will learn a lot. Funny enough, from it, I believe you'll learn a lot. But not everybody is built like that. Let's continue.
A closed mouth is a closed destiny. Jafun Rai, industry get cancers. God, sooner. God, do I beg go make I know they're going to promote my music.
He said, God, I beg that he shouldn't die, and then they start promoting his music, right? It's the reality, right? You can go all the way back to James Brown, Tupac, Da Green, right? Some of the greatest, when they are hot, especially if they were in the middle of their prime and it happens, it's just the reality,
Long Joe, Sanumi. I beg all my fans, make una celebrate me when I see they alive. And appreciate me when I see they alive. A closed mouth is a closed destiny. Tibagbo who maso. Any affair how many don't fail.
How do you translate that to Yoruba? Somebody help me. Enya fella mo many to feni. Is the people that you love that you know. You don't know who loves you. Oh, I tried, right? Am I correct? I think so. If you throw, if you live in a glass house, don't throw stones because you might hit your, right? Something like that, If you throw stones into a marketplace, it will hit your family member. He said, open your ears and understand. Heaven is crowded. Heaven is coming down. That's false. Heaven is not coming down anytime soon. Protect yourself. That's all we can say here, okay? That's all we can say. And the way you protect yourself is, first of all, assess your blessings. Assess the cards you're dealt before you start to project on everybody else. I don't understand that. Okay, like it comes to everybody. Whatever we're talking about today comes to everybody. It's true.
I don't fear to walk alone.
He says some people are looking for you to die so that they can post you. It's a lie. Nobody cares like that. They have to care for them to be looking. Some are like that, but it's minority, okay? The ones that post you on your birthday, it's not like they don't care about you, but it's actually fun for them to celebrate you too. It actually gives them a sense of to contribute to you like that, okay? It doesn't mean that they don't mean to do well for you. That's, you get it. Shall I use too much? Let's continue.
Person where they post, where post and day before yesterday, no post time, no post time last month. As you now go the hear music, go the post time. Please appreciate me when I'm still alive. Our fans,
It said it was Jesus fans that killed Jesus. Is that true? Do you think that's true? Let's just leave Portable alone so we can get back to the actual story. I beg. Let's leave Portable alone. Let's get back to the rest of the story. Some old videos kept popping up revealing of how he gathered money from his carpentry. He was a carpenter. This young man was a guy who actually went and learned carpentry, and to fund his music career. So some videos started popping up, and that's interesting to see that people just don't follow out. This guy is 27. He was 27. He probably started popping some few years back. People would think it's overnight. Of course, he had haters. Of course, he might have haters among his peers, people that are also upcoming artists. Some of them might even be happy, sadly, that it will clear road for them to pop too. But remember what I told you, it's a very active marketplace. There is competition. That is not a bad thing. Okay, it only becomes a bad thing if you don't know what to do with it. You can use it to hurt yourself. But let's watch this video that they're talking about.
I have 2 friends then too that do music too. But me, I used to make money from that my carpenter work. So I used to pile all.
He was making money from carpentry.
And go to the studio. Those are my own first move. Like I need to go and work then.
You don't know.
You can't use carpenter money to record songs. It will not be sweet. It has to be sweet. Like,
that's sweet.
Most because I used to have 2 friends then too that do music too. But me, I used to make money from that my carpenter work. So I used to pile.
Right. So he made money from carpenter work to fund his music. He was a guy who was driven. I think D-Love is right. They sucked life out of him. That industry, a lot of young men and young women are going into it without proper education. Are you aware that majority of people that get signed will never make it? And they will still suck the life out of them? No, I did say majority. Yes, most. How do I know most? How many Wizkids do you know had gone through that process and never became Wizkid? How many Davidos? Just your best guess is just as good as mine, right? How many of them do you know? Do you think? Not know, but do you think? How many Davidos? Yes, even rich kids. You might not know. Rich kids, their parents will pay. They say, Amolowo too can do it, right? But they never made it, right? They never made it all the way through, So it's something that I feel like it's a conversation that needs to be had with every one of us, because any one of your children might want to play basketball, play football, play soccer, become a star of some sort, and they hunt for them as young as 9 years old. They start paying attention to them. They call them scouts. Models. I don't know if they still do modeling these days, but they used to scout for models as young as possible. Why? Because partly because they are also easier to take advantage of. They're children. Okay? Children. So I think we should continue to speak to power. Anytime we get a chance to speak to power, I think so. But I don't want you to set too much unrealistic expectations around that. I also think education is key. Not particularly educating the children, educating their parents on how to groom a superstar, a rock star, and I mean groom in a positive way. To raise them in a way to be well prepared for real life. How many child stars do you know that you've heard their story? It just tends to never end well because they're not prepared for the level of competition that comes with that. Okay, it's like they see a Welori one, like they just see money on top of them, right? They've completely abandoned the fact that this is a human being, and rightfully so. I'm sorry. A lot of people, their parents will sit down there and make them sign this paperwork, this terrible paperwork. Shout out to Burna Boy's mom. As much as it might look like it's disrespectful, that woman is serving a role in that man's life. All right? Hopefully they can find a balance when they decide to get married in the future. Because that's another one. It never ends. Okay? Some YBNL princess here says, when people speak out about the politics and toxicity in the music industry, the games these labels play with people's lives and minds. Believe them. No, the things that I believe them. I don't know if you believe that I believe you. I believe them. I believe you. But these unrealistic expectations that people, capitalism, these people that just want to make money, will somehow start thinking about you first before they think about the money, is unrealistic. Okay? You might push against them, put some regulation in place a little bit, but it's unrealistic. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. The only thing that can be sustainable is value. And that value, we have to start building it from the very, very beginning. Oftentimes, it's too late. I'm not, like, it's hard to teach. It's hard to teach a 23-year-old man who had been in the street for a while, and somebody's signing him and they're going to give him a Range Rover, private jet access anytime he wants, a house, a couple of houses in Lekki, mansion, right? It's hard to tell that young man to not take it. It's too late at that point in time. You have to collect first. Hopefully not a life and death situation. Hopefully they'll come out like the Wizkids, like, you know, like the Kiss Daniels, and they will still blossom and still succeed. Okay? But it's unrealistic to expect that the music industry will not continue to be industry designed to make money. It's not sustainable. Just not sustainable. Let's get to it. There's some more stuff here. They're still looking for Sam Larry. There's a report here. Is Mohbad, before his demise, he did file a petition. People were saying, why did he not say something? Right? So they're saying he filed a petition. But then I saw a recent news just before I came online saying they responded. Nigerian police are claiming that they responded because Sam Larry responded and said, you know, but then they responded for him they invited him to the police to come and tender some evidence, but he never showed up. Right? So he did file a petition. This is a copy of the petition right here against Sam Larry. You can see here some of the properties value sum of 5 million naira, assault occasioning armed oppression and conduct likely to cause breach of peace against Sam Larry Elegushi. Yeah. This looks like a lot of thug names. On 25th of June, while having a video shoot with another artist by name Zlatan Ibile, the above mentioned persons, numbering about 15 people led by Sam Larry Elegushi, invaded the premises with dangerous arms, such as, I guess, glass, cutlasses, where I was shooting video. So he did file a petition, but then again, like I said, there's a response from the police within the last 24 hours saying that they responded to him, but he never came back to tender more evidence. There's also allegations against the Nigerian police, which I believe it makes sense, right? Knowing that type of society that we come from, that they don't care. They don't care when it comes down to it, right? That they don't care. Ultimately, they don't care. Okay? The Nigerian police has been promising in the last 24 hours that they will carry their investigations out and stuff like that. They've been, but you know that once Nigerians themselves, once it's about 3-4 days into this story, maybe 3 weeks tops, they're gonna forget about it. And that's part of the issues. There's no decent level of accountability. Money buys a whole lot of things in Nigeria. If you have money, sadly, but particularly I want you to pay attention to is because the people that are being oppressed, I'm not blaming them, I'm just telling you how it works. They also are in a position where they're forced to worship money. The moment that they start saying enough is enough, which is easier said than done, by the way, because man must eat, man must survive, right? But the moment that they have enough courage or resources, either physical resources, intangible resources, the moment they start saying enough is enough, you see that it all ends. At that point, it starts ending. It could be just their voice speaking out. If we have enough people speaking out and shutting labels, record labels or camps like Naramali down, make them a scapegoat, other people will kind of adjust accordingly. Okay? But it's still unrealistic to expect the whole industry to care about you more than the money they're about to make. Okay? Because the people, the authorities that you're looking for them, the authorities that we're talking about are also being bought by the same money. Okay? Here's another video. This is after he was beat up, allegedly. Okay, that's another video. There's a couple of videos. I won't touch any of those videos anymore. That's a couple of videos, evidences showing that he was beat up. Now, maybe we're getting to the end of this now, slowly but surely. People are now going to the gods. They're making it spiritual. Nigerians, you know, they need to blame something, or they need to feel some kind of satisfaction from something quote unquote spiritual. If they don't do that, they're not happy. I'm gonna play this video for you. Watch this video. He just said he's reporting Sam Larry, Naramali, and Zinoliski, and he's about to cook some voodoo stuff on top of their head. I don't know. Correct my English if you need to, okay? Sam Larry, it makes no sense. So now they're going to do this for a few days, and they won't keep their foot on the neck of the authority, the agencies that are responsible for, what's the word? Get that body and do proper autopsy. The body is 6 feet under. They need to get access to it and do proper autopsy and get to the bottom of it. Right? These are the people that are supposed to keep their foot on the neck of the authorities. Look at what they're doing. Should make sense. It makes no sense, right? To an average Nigerian, it makes sense. To an average Nigerian, it makes sense. That's what we're dealing with in that society. That's why I said it's a vicious cycle. It gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It just gets worse and worse. Okay? The nurse probably didn't do his vitals and carried out tests before she gave him the shots. What if he was already high? You know, did a lot of people believe that he didn't get high? They believe that he was not getting high, he didn't want to get high, or maybe I believe more so that he was getting high, he was trying to get out. I believe more so that he was trying to do the right thing, but that he didn't get high. Yeah, I don't know. You know, I believe that he was probably involved in getting high. Okay. All right, so they buried him. No autopsy, nothing like that. You know, but some kind of sister-in-law is lambasting his father. A lot of people are looking at his father sideways too, saying, why did the father rush to go and bury or authorize? Because they said the wife did not want him buried, but the father insisted. Like, why? A lot of people have that
So mom ìwé ilẹ̀ another ẹni tó nílẹ̀ ò sí around ó ló máa wálé wá sign ìwé ilẹ̀. Ìgbà tó sign ìwé ilẹ̀ tán, mommy ní ìwé sọ́wọ́. I think Mohbad informed his dad, which is not bad. They won't get it. So
Mohbad bought a land through his mother-in-law, the wife's mother, and informed his dad, right? And apparently that became a problem.
His dad fought my mom.
Oh, this is the sister-in-law. This is Mohbad's sister-in-law. Okay. So the dad started fighting her mother, which is the mother-in-law of Mohbad. Okay, typical. Okay, this is typical and sad.
So the copy of the land whatever. Mommy Mohbad will she wala. She's the easygoing person.
So they said, Mohbad's mom does not have trouble. She's an easygoing person. Now, somebody said earlier that Mohbad's mom had left him 10 years ago. Did he have any relationship with his mother? I'm curious. MOP, I like that they did this spiritual stuff because that's the language they understand in Nigeria. This one will scare those wicked people. No, it doesn't. The wicked people do better. They do better. They dira more. Right? Or they have pastors. Okay. Yeah, it enables lack of accountability, sadly. Okay. It enables lack of accountability. Somebody is still. You think Naira Marley is scared of Ogun? If he was, he wouldn't have all these allegations right now. They're not. Worst case scenario, he'll pay people money to do his own Ogun, his own voodoo. Okay. Yeah. Let's continue. Let me see what else they're saying.
So, mommy immediately released the land from Daddy Mohbad. He took that land from Mohbad before Mohbad. He took the land from Mohbad before he died. Who does that?
But what do you mean he took the land from him? What does that mean? I'm not understanding. Because he's an adult. Does that mean he was controlling his life? I need more details around that. Does that mean he was controlling his life? And who is controlling his life? Is his wife or the father? Because this is confusing at this point, right?
So mom ìwé ilẹ̀ another ẹni tó nílẹ̀ ò sí around ó ló máa wálé wá sign ìwé ilẹ̀. Ìgbà tó sign ìwé ilẹ̀ tán, mommy ní ìwé sọ́wọ́. Well, I think Mohbad informed his dad. He didn't buy it for him.
So he said they buried him in that land. That's the land where they buried him now. The land that he bought through his wife's, his mother-in-law, which was snatched from him, which I'm trying to figure out how does that work. Did he give the land out of the father? Did the father talk him to give the land to him? Or did the father steal the land? Like, what does that mean? I don't understand. Here it says by force. What does that mean? I'm still like, yeah, I'm not understanding what that means. Maybe you guys understand what they're talking about. Yep, she left the dad and didn't see Mohbad for 10 years. It's in the song called Sorry. Oh, okay. He also mentioned this wicked stepmother that is running her mouth now that she never cared about him. Interesting. It sounds like she's saying that Mohbad's dad forcefully took the land from him before. How? Lands have paperwork. Yeah, I'm still struck. Let's continue.
I'm not disputing that. Guys, yeah. Why tí wọ́n sin Mohbad sí Lekki cemetery níbi tó máa bí pìtẹ tọmọ ẹ bá dàgbà tó máa ná tó bá bẹ̀rẹ̀ drama pẹ̀lú ìyàwó sìn tí ìyàwó move on pẹ̀lú life ẹ̀ báwo ló ṣe máa easy fún láti mú ọmọ yẹn lọ síbi tí bá bẹ̀ wá why tí wọ́n sin sí ibi tó máa bí pìtẹ.
So she's still talking about why wouldn't they bury him where it's befitting, right? But
pay last respect. Why You know, he can't ask of the property if they haven't buried him. If Mohbad was not buried, he wouldn't be able to ask for his properties. We are not after that. I'm just after my...
Oh, so because they buried him? Okay, that's confusing. Anyway, this is all within 24 hours, guys.
My sister's safety.
24
after
hours.
Her safety and Liam's safety. That's my own priority. Àbúrò mi ò mọ anything nípa ku ọkọ ẹ̀. Àbúrò àwọn tó bá dẹ̀ súnmọ́ wọn mọ̀. Kò dẹ̀ ń ṣe ọmọ.
She said her sister does not know anything about, how he passed away. So, said the people that are close to them know what happened.
Ọmọ tí ò ní family. Kò ń ṣe ọmọ tí ò lẹ́bí.
Okay, ma'am. You know what? Just calm your mom down. Tell your mom Cynthia will be fine. Okay? Your grandson will be fine. You will see them very soon. That is the worst thing they can do. Okay? Ọmọ wọn ni. Nǹkan tó bá ń wọ̀n ló lè fọmọ wọn ṣe. Nǹkan tó ń wọ̀n ló fọmọ wọn ṣe. Kò sí kankan tó máa ṣe fún àbúrò yín. Kò sí kankan tó máa ṣe fún Cynthia. Ṣẹ́gbọ́, just calm down.
Okay.
Please. Let Cynthia just keep running.
So they're basically afraid. She's afraid for her sister. And that she's saying she just wants her sister and the son, the 5-month-old son, to be fine.
Don't trust anybody at this time. Okay? Fine. If you are proud, what do you want me to do?
I can't even anymore. I can't anymore.
Yeah, I can only imagine. It's too much.
So many people are praying for you. Okay? Okay? So many people have gone through this situation. So many people.
It's not even up to 24 hours. It's not up to 24 hours.
Wow.
Talent, yeah.
Talent, yeah.
He's not a Muslim.
He's not a Muslim. He's not, I don't know. He probably was born a Muslim, but he wasn't practicing. I don't know. I don't know. Christian, he's not a Muslim, but I think he was born a Muslim or something. Christian.
Mommy,
What's wrong with this one?
Oh God,
So the mom is a police. That's what they're saying here right now, that the mom is a police. And she's asking like, but you're a police. Well, she just lost her son-in-law. Right? It's less than 24 hours.
I love you so much. Can I follow thing without anybody?
So that's the mother-in-law.
They should not say that. Nonsense.
And this is the sister-in-law.
Go and calm mommy down, okay? Everything will be fine. Okay. Cynthia is safe. It's mommy's grandchild. Shegbo.
Yeah. So there's a lot going on there. We're gonna see more of this coming out. It's just kind of sad that they started dragging that family like that. 24 hours less than. True. By the way, I'm giving everything bombastic side eye because of the turn of events. So it's causing me to question that hospital story. Yeah, the people are questioning. Guess who else was questioning the hospital story? More people were questioning the hospital story. Let's look at our brother Nedu here. Nedu, what did you say?
Very dark. My people, how are they? Now, well done. Today, almost every social media, everybody does waiting to go happen. Our brother Mohbad, the music artist Mohbad, where they signed under Malian record for Mali. And the story don't go everywhere. But as person we don't the entertainment industry for over 13 years, radio precisely, personally, I don't see music artists come, I don't see music artists go.
Yep.
And new ones where they come. But again, one thing I could tell you. You see this music industry, it is very dark. Music industry, they very, very, very dark.
He said the music industry is very dark. It's the same thing all around the world.
You see this music industry, it is very, very dark. My people, how are they? Everybody want to become music artists, everybody want to become actor, they want blow, make everybody know them, make everybody hate them.
That fixture light, not to see what you said. You said they said Nedu is in New York. That fixture light, I recognize. Well, real estate. I recognize that fixture light, unless they make. Well, I look at the cabinet too in the back. That looked like one of our apartments here in the Yankee. Am I correct? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that does look like it. Congratulations to him if he made it to New York.
Talk about music. Everybody want to become music artist where go blow.
Yes.
What be even this blow about? They talk about this blow for music. What it be? For you to blow, it means make everybody like your song, make everybody they listen to your song, make everybody they vibe to your song, download your songs, and all those things. But the so, in the past 2 years.
2 years, an average.
Not
2 years. That's what I meant when I said there's only 3: Burna Boy, Davido, and Wizkid.
You go get well for almost everybody. But it gets some when it be say then get special grace. Their grace, nobody get them. Those ones,
the sunnier days.
Years, 10 years, 15 years, even 20 years and counting.
Yeah.
And when they don't reach that 15 years or 5 years, everybody want to become music
the
artists,
Victor Wyfors, all those guys.
They're not going to be popular. They wouldn't take the popular before, but then go see they call them because
it's consistent.
Become legend. People know.
Yeah, maybe some Two-Face.
People with the pop 5 years, 10 years, 30 they pop.
Good for them. They are few.
Shout out to Yemi Alade. Shout out to Tiwa Savage. Shout out to Wizkid. Shout out.
But for every single one of those, how many people have gone and come?
Daniel, all of them.
Or come and gone.
Those ones they get special grace, and all that's why I not feel remember. You see the thing what happened to Mohbad? You see the way people go they carry you, people go they celebrate you. Now because of say you they very, very popular, everybody
hot.
rush around you.
Yeah.
Everybody go they carry you for head. Happy birthday go come once in a year. Happy birthday go come. Those will get your picture. Their fee for 10 years or 15 or 20 you, or their fee forget to post you.
Yes, sir.
Or you see the one where nobody go ever forget. R.I.P. Rest in peace. Nobody go ever forget that.
Harsh.
Some fee get your picture, forget to post them for your birthday. But if it's for R.I.P., they're not go forget them. They go post them. That time now others go remember. Say they've been chatting with you one time. They go come go screenshot the chat. Oh, and he's just chatted with me. Oh
Lord.
Oh
Lord.
Some will snap with you, go post them.
So he's speaking to just life.
When he be say then call tomorrow, then go say this person he do well. Now see our wonderful brother Mohbad we die. You know say the EP way in drop, way plenty people not to download. Now way in done.
Just 2 minutes now.
They down for the list of Niger Apple Play.
It's come to the top.
Don't go top 3 now. Top 3.
That's life.
Present. Enjoy it. Live as if say
life is a present.
Because nobody know when it will be.
Yeah.
Make sure say add value to other people. Make sure say when it happens.
That's it. Value. I can't yell value enough. I just can't. We're gonna keep talking about this kind of stuff. You're gonna see more and more of it. So the police was on. Everybody's calling out the police now. They're calling out the police, and of course, the police decided to jump on Daddy Freeze show yesterday, and he had some things to say. Let's see.
Good evening, Daddy Freeze. Thank you for having me tonight.
Yes, I'm so pleased to have you. I've read a lot from you on Twitter and all that. Thank you for joining us. Please go ahead.
Go ahead with.
He said go ahead with.
Kesolo, take the lead.
Okay, I gave a lowdown on our discussion this morning and what you advised.
Listen,
that dropped from you this
I'm not going to play this all the way through. What do you expect the police to say? They will investigate, of course. Okay, they will investigate.
About the issue, and this unfortunate incident happened. So I'm just saying that's how things work. But now, as it stands, first CID is in terms of hierarchy, is above Lagos State Police Command. But that notwithstanding, we don't want to do hierarchy here now. The first PRO issued a statement this evening saying that investigation would commence, and that is what we are going to do. Investigation would commence. If need be, the body will be exhumed. It's not too late.
All right, that's what I wanted to hear. Though. So the reality is that they can exhume the body if there's a need for that. That's the reality. And the body should be exhumed. They should do autopsy. The public at least deserves to know what happened to him. We need, especially if he was in some kind of hospital somewhere. The public deserve to know what is the cause of death. What happened to him, right? As opposed to some hearsay, ear infection. Oh, okay, and what happened then? Ear infection, like the fact that the public does not believe is more than enough. They need to exhume the body. They need to do proper autopsy to get to the bottom. Again, to represent some type of accountability. As a society, we need that. Okay. So again, they claimed the police came back, and then this was their statement. I'm going to read a quote. They're saying that they invited, upon receipt of the petition, that they invited Sam Larry. That's the thug, alleged thug guy that Naamali was using to harass some of these young men, particularly Mohbad, before his passing. So they said they invited him for questioning, but Mohbad failed to show up. Okay, and I'm going to read that statement. He further disclosed that Sam Larry, via his lawyer, filed a counter petition accusing. So after Mohbad filed a petition, Sam Larry, via his lawyer, filed a counter petition accusing Mohbad of defamation of character. We received the petition and followed up on the information provided in the petition, and the suspects were invited, but Mohbad refused to show up to defend his petition and also provide evidence to assist the police in carrying out a proper investigation and forward the matter to the legal department of prosecution if necessary. This is what an average Nigerian will say. Average Nigerian, not average person that lives in Lekki. They will say it's a lie that the police had been bought. And they have good reasons to think that, because Nigerian police does not have good track record. Okay, that's what the average person will say. But let's continue. I'm continuing to read what the police is saying. They said, it is true that Mohbad reported the case on June 27, 2023. The IPO confirmed this to me today, Thursday, and showed me the case file. The IPO revealed that Sam Larry and other suspects mentioned in the petition were invited for questioning, and they honored the invite and also gave their statements. But the deceased refused to show up to adopt and defend his petition. And a lawyer to Sam Larry and the other suspects filed a counter petition accusing Mohbad of defaming them. The police even reached out to Mohbad on several occasions, but he never showed up. And there was nothing the police could do if a petitioner refused to defend their petition and provide evidence to help the police in investigating the matter and forward the case file to the legal department of the suspects are found culpable, he said. So this again, they show the screenshot of the petition, and now this is watch this. Remember this video? This was when he was allegedly beat up by Sam Larry and his boys. Right? That's what we're dealing with here. It's becoming, they say, them say, he say, who is right, who is wrong, who do we believe, right? That's what it's becoming at this point in time. And so many other videos that seemingly looks like he was being harassed. Okay, I have no doubt that these people will use force to harass people if need be, if they feel being ordinary feeling disrespected. They will definitely use force. They will use their muscles. The muscles will usually come in the form of area boys, garage boys, you know, and what they are claiming Sam Larry is as a person. His persona is a political thug. And we're talking about Sam Larry. This is Sam Larry on the screen right here. Okay. So there's a video here apparently that was unearthed. A critic video Sam Larry posted and deleted hours before Mohbad's demise. Let's watch that together.
On God no cap. He said,
you know that it's inside of a film that a ghost appeared to people. He said, oh my, these people, they have no fear. They have no mercy whatsoever. This was, he put this out there shortly before the demise, before he passed away. So people are trying to link it together. And then he's taking this video down since then. Let's continue.
He live. He
said nothing basically. He said in real life, this is real life. You understand, right? Let's just continue to enjoy life.
Social media.
He said don't reply anybody who is not up to your standard, to your status on social media.
On God no cap.
He said, and then you do what? On God no cap. That means you figure it out, right? Like just shut up, right? Listen. Somebody said, what is the meaning of the video Sam Larry posted on Monday when then deleted it after 30 minutes? The heart of a man is desperately wicked. So there's a lot of questioning that can be done. There's a lot of traces that can be traced to this issue. D-Love says, doesn't make sense. Ear infection, they really think people are stupid. Need to get to the bottom of it. Mohbad failed to show up because he was invited to face Naira Marley and Sam Larry. That is not done anywhere. Thank you, sir. I was going to say that because in a society where there's no accountability, right, they would just say, okay, we can't do anything about it. But in a society where there's accountability, a prosecutor may be interested. A prosecutor work for the government. They might take it up as an interest. You know what? No, I don't care if they're suing you. We, the state, we're suing you. You need to show up to court. We will subpoena whatever we need, whoever and wherever we need to the courts, right? They will get to the bottom because it becomes a public issue, public safety issue when people can just randomly bring thugs, cutlasses, glasses, and all kind of weapons to fight an innocent young man. You know, they don't wait until the person actually sues them. And while you trying to have them face each other in front of a cell, they do that a lot in Nigeria. I don't understand it. That should be happening in the court, where in a controlled environment where there's actually a chance of justice, right? But I see what you're saying there, sir. That is not done anywhere. It's all cooked lie. Sam Larry is career politician used thug. See, I knew it. This is why in the USA abuse is state versus you guys are reading my mind. You would think I read it now. Don't worry, great minds think alike. State versus the offender. Nigerian police did Mohbad versus Sam Larry and expect Mohbad to show up. He's probably he's already afraid of his life, right? He's scared of him. Why would he show up? The police failed him. And this is typical in Nigeria, unfortunately. Yes, sir, you're correct. I didn't even see your comment before I wrote mine. Yeah, great minds think alike. Yeah. Let's continue. It's getting more interesting, right? So like I said, some people are still coming out and accusing their record label artists for their bad deals they made in the past. An example is Cynthia Morgan. Cynthia Morgan is now taking this opportunity to accuse Jude Okoye, P Square's elder brother, and saying they made me give up on humanity. I know it can make you feel like you need to give up on. You can feel like you've lost especially in a Nigerian society where they can potentially buy everything, right? I understand, but people are still signing deals. Truly Madrina, that's her page, I guess. They said they bought me a car, gave me a house, and even put me on allowances. Listen, all of this is true. Don't get me wrong. What I'm saying, I need to say this at this point before I continue, is that People need to be educated before they go and sign deals. Before they go and sign deals for their minor. It's not just in Nigeria, here as well. When your minor is, there's money on top of them, right? There's an agent that's looking at them as assets. They're going to get them in a deal that's not necessarily designed to favor them. It will favor the people that will push them into it, of course, right? So get representation. Educate yourself. And you can educate yourself before you find yourself in that situation too. You can just learn how these things work in real life. So they said they even went as far as saying I never made any returns for the label. This is how far people can go to cover up their asses. They said I was a liar, ungrateful, not sure if they've been on drugs. Speculation also came from them. But yo, I heard so many things that broke my heart. Even off camera, these people made me give up on humanity. Couple with a madman that says he's a prince. Till date, who is Prince? Is that wasn't she on Chocolate City? What's the name of that record label with MI back then? What's the name of the something Prince? What's the name? The rapper in Nigeria, the one that is in MI's camp with Jaga. Was it something Jaga? Younger brother of MI. I forgot their name now. They've disappeared. MI was still on the Hip TV award show. Then she says, till date, Jude cannot see me eyeball for eyeball. There are terrible people everywhere. You two have to be brutal. Yes, the wrong move. You need to learn the game. That's different from being brutal. Now, if you can brutally use skills to play the game, then I agree with you. Okay? But this idea that you're brutal, you hurt yourself over and over and over again. You know? And just know people will never lie on you if they aren't scared of you. The meeting was arranged last year. I got to his gate and he changed his mind. Coward Lobata. Yep. These are the issues we're dealing with. It's real life. It's a lot of kids going through this. A lot of kids, like majority of kids that will get signed by somebody. And eventually they will just go old enough to forget and just move on. Right? You remember where Idris Abdulkarim tried to play that right foot thing on the plane with 50 Cent? You remember what happened? How many people remember that story? What happened when Idris Abdulkarim, shout out to him, he tried to play that "It's My Right" thing on the plane with 50 cents. Listen, dead, take it easy, learn the game. A lot of time when you learn the game, you understand that you have to sow some seeds. You have to sow some seeds, plant some seeds, and to about domisiwaju tell it too. Oftentimes when you're in the process of domisiwaju, it feels like you're being oppressed, but relax, okay? Focus, face front, face forward. I'm just letting you know. Okay. All right, so many tweets started coming out in the last 24 hours, about almost more than 72 hours since the passing of this young man. People started posting messages after, people started dragging them for allegedly killing him, many of them. Okay. There's a guy called Six, apparently. I don't know this guy. I probably know their song. God forbid something happens to them. But people started posting songs. There's a report here on Instablog Nigeria that says 2022 tweets of former Malian member Six calling out Naira Marley. Okay, there's a guy Six calling out Naira Marley, calling out Sam Larry, then some Sula and co for allegedly attempting to kill him for wanting to leave the crew. Surfaces online. Six alleges Mohbad was assaulted and dragged by the courts for doing the same. All right, so let's look at this together. Here's a report. Let me make this bigger. Again on Instablog Nigeria. Let's look at this together. Sam Larry, Sula, Naira, Asabi game una play me, but no slits though. I don't understand this language now. Okpo self, no still mean though. But you said, I can't, I'm not. Okay, bottom line is that he's accusing them of doing the same thing to him. Okay, I can't. My brain will hurt. We're too deep into this right now. I can't. Okay. But again, I have no doubt that these people have been doing this. Okay. Particularly to the gullible young people. Okay. That they have muzzles. People like Sam Larry behind them, and the more they're able to get away, the more the pride will come in and say nothing did here. Okay. Nothing's going to happen. Okay. NDLEA made Naira Marley. They made him a spokesperson. It was like a month, 2 months ago, right? A month, 2 months ago. NDLEA, that's supposed to be controlling and helping with regulation of use of substance and stuff like that in Nigeria, made Naira Marley, who is known to be allegedly a drug kingpin in Lagos. Nigeria, my people.
Nothing juju be that.
Yeah. What do you say to that? Anyway, a video came out. Finally, they said Sam Larry had been hiding. So, finally broke his silence.
Good afternoon, good evening. Gbogbo ìjọba ti ń gbọ́ mi. Orúkọ mi ni Samson Fọlábí Balógun.
It seems like somebody who is now panicking. He said his name is Samson Balogun, blah, blah, blah. Right? He didn't look like that person that said, shh, show yeah. You understand? You know, it's only in film that ghost appears. Shh. He took that video off. Okay. A few days later, after it was being dragged online, he came back and decided to make this statement.
Gbogbo nǹkan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ yìí, Mohbad, brother mi ni mo like ẹ gan. Gbogbo ìgbà tó wà ní Malia's record gan. Mo náà mọ̀ pé mo ní love fún even ìyàwó ẹ̀. Gbogbo anybody mọ̀ pé mo ní love fún Mohbad. Gbogbo ìdí bá ń lọ Kenya ní Dubai ní ma ní Mohbad jájọ lọ máa sanwó fún Malia's record já ṣe show kájọ ṣeré lọ.
Some people have testified that he used to take them to Kenya. He will find, look at this auntie Mama Wero on the right hand side. Mama. Nigerians are undefeated. Undefeatable. Well, obviously they don't believe him. But he said he took a liking to him. But it's true. You can take a liking to them. You can use that same hate to attack them when they do decide to leave the camp. What about that part? Let's continue.
So, Tabanja bi kakuko. Tabanja.
He said if we're fighting, it's not like we should be hoping that people should die.
Bi kakuko. Emi ò lè pa Mohbad.
He said he cannot kill Mohbad.
Mohbad, mo love her so much.
He said I love him so much.
You know me.
He said God sees inside of him.
Mo love emi ò lè pa Mohbad. Mi mo pa kokon pa ikú Mohbad. Video tó lọ viral àwọn nǹkan tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ tipẹ́.
He said all those viral videos are things that have happened in the past.
Tó ti ṣẹlẹ̀ ní last year tó yẹ pé kò ní sí ní Good morning.
He's also claiming he was in Nigeria.
On video.
He said those videos, he wasn't even in Nigeria and people were carrying them along, right? Well, it's too late. They're going to have to do investigations.
Tó ṣẹlẹ̀ tó wà ní Zanta wà lórí lecture. Zanta ẹlẹ́rìí mi ni. Ẹ pé Zanta kẹ́ bí.
Okay, now he's saying they should ask Zlatan. Zlatan should speak to that. Because Zlatan was seen in the video of him almost pushing this guy and saying, hey, like it looked like he was preventing this guy from attacking Mohbad from what I've seen, you know. So I don't know what he's talking about, but again, I'm not an expert in looking at those type of videos. Let's keep going.
Tiba for Mohbad video club. Ọ̀tọ̀ ni ọ̀rẹ́ tá ń bá sọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ bá wo fídíò yẹn ẹ rí pé àwọn bá sàn bẹ fídíò kan wà táwọn bá sàn bẹ Mohbad pé fílẹ̀ àwọn Sam Larry ti ń settle ọ̀rọ̀ yìí lọ́ọ̀kan má dá.
So he said he was attacking somebody else and not him in particular, but he was attacking somebody. He's admitted to attacking somebody else.
Àsìkò sí tó kún ẹ Mohbad.
He said he was saying this, it's not your business, Mohbad. Don't get into this, right? Maybe Mohbad is the kind of guys that are like, don't attack him again. Then he became their enemy effectively. Remember, he left the label as well.
Yeah, all
right, so that's that video right there. Again, it's not looking too good for that camp. Okay, if the Nigerian authorities can hold them accountable, if they can, okay, it's not looking good for them. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's see. Okay, so many videos kept coming out of people attacking his apartment, people coming to his apartment where he was living in the islands. You know, it's just all this thuggery activities around a record label. It just doesn't make any sense, you know. So there's a quote here that says, all stations settled, no case to answer. Another video that allegedly leaked from Sam Larry's camp. Watch this. All stations settled, no case to answer. It sounds like him, but we don't know what this is. All stations settled, no case to answer.
Good morning, good afternoon.
Okay, so that's another post. Again, all these videos are going viral. Okay, it's not good enough that they're going viral. If people need to be held accountable, doesn't mean they did anything. They need to be held accountable for how they might have played a role in the demise of this young man. Okay. But Patrick, I see your message there about the NDLEA's ambassador thing, right? 2 thieves and drug barons leading the drug government agency. People are even dragging it to, you know, Baba Bala Blue right now, and Baba Bala Blue is gonna have to. Baba Bala Blue is gonna be in New York tomorrow.
Different from Bala Blue, Blue, Bulaba.
Yeah, let me see here. Sam Larry, aye, my bajeni, cause you added to this boy trauma big time. Oh, guess the entertainment industry is the same everywhere. It is the same everywhere, film girl. It is. They use force here too. Obviously, it's a little bit different, but same thing. Very similar because it's money, sex, drugs, power involved. Okay. A lot of money. We're talking about a lot of money. Okay, I remember some Chinese lady I met years ago at a summer school telling me how Jackie Chan ran the film industry like a cartel in China. I bet he did. Jackie Chan was the king for a long time, probably still is, probably like a godfather now. Jackie Chan used intimidation and career harassment on actresses and actors. You have to give in to his advances to get roles. Wow, see? Lies, the Elagushi people have denounced him, by the way. There's a quote out there. Some crazy stuff happens in the American entertainment industry. They do. Even with the Will Smiths, even with the what's his name, Clive Davis. What's the name of this guy who produced the Will Smith show? The producer, he was also a music producer to a large extent. Big guys, they're old guys now. There's all type of crazy stuff, you know, that you will hear from those camps, you know. Yep. Let's see. Some crazy stuff happens. American intimidation, career details, too much ass kissing. I just left them alone. Yeah, if you're going to go in there, you better know what you're doing. All right. I didn't join from the beginning, so sorry if my chat doesn't relate. No, you're on point. You're still on point, film girl. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about. It's very close. All right. So Sam Larry, people don't believe you. There's more. He needs to be held accountable. He needs to be questioned. Of course, you know, the corporate himself, he came out and made a statement. Not the Malian music, they made a statement. I'm not sure what to do with this statement. I don't even feel like reading. Okay, but there's a quote that says, Mohbad was more than an artist. He was my brother. This is from Naira Marley. It was more like a brother and a dear friend. Okay, he's the president of Malian music, as he calls for thorough investigation surrounding the death of Mohbad. Okay, he actually posted some things that he was asking some jam questions. I can't find that right now. But with heavy hearts, we mourn the loss of an exceptional talent. This is from Malian music. Someone who was more than an artist, a signee, but a brother and dear friend. Promise Mohbad Oladimeji Aloba, we send our deepest condolences to the family and loved ones. This is over 3 days after. From inception, we recognize Mohbad was a force to be reckoned with. His music gave so many people love and light. Mohbad touched us all. We'll finish today with the music again, just like we started. So stay tuned for that. We'll finish with this music today. I think we should. It'd be awesome. So they make a statement, of course, typical statement, suggesting blah 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 investigation. Nothing to write home about. Okay. He updated his profile. He updated his bio on IG, and his bio on IG says Imole's Ward. Namali has about 7 million Malians following him. Some of you are part of it. I never followed him, so maybe I'm not even a qualified Malian. But now this is the questionnaire. He posted some questions. Okay, let's look at some of the jump questions that Naramali posted. Let's make it bigger so you guys can read this with me. These guys, oh my God. Nigeria is just unfortunately a weak society for now. I believe Nigeria is going to be stronger. If not, this kind of people, they're too weak to be taken out. They even give themselves away. Like, they talk so much, they give themselves away. Here's what he posted. This was yesterday, I guess, about a day ago. Hey guys, I've been shattered. Heartbreak emoji twice. Don't even know what to type since. See, even if Naramali is innocent, this is why you don't try to use force or do dirty business. Because you might not mean it for go so far, but it might go that far. You're playing a very dangerous life. You use force to force people, to harass people, to conform to terrible business practices, right? Anyway, don't even know what to type since I've been so hurt. Walai. But guys, let's do this for Mohbad. I know internet can. Let us shed light into this matter for Imole. Where did he go? He's asking questions. This is the culprit that everybody is pointing fingers at, right? And he thinks he's going to, right? Good luck. All I can say is good luck. The noise is too much. The attention of this matter is too much. I don't think he's going to be able to withstand it. Anyway, we shall see. Let's see how accountable Nigerians can be. Right? Where did he go? Who took him there? Who are the people he was with? Who was his last seen with? Who was the nurse treating? Who is the nurse? Why was there no autopsy? Namali is asking all the questions we've been asking, right? You want to give him a pass? Why was he buried so quick in that manner? We're asking the same thing. Who paid Instablog to say here infection first? Oh, now he's attacking Instablog Nigeria. Okay. We owe Imole this. Who is the guy in the car with his lifeless body? Okay. Light over darkness every day. They want to hide it by paying blogs. Hello, Jojo. Good to see you. They want to hide it by paying blogs. Let's show them their money's wasted. Their money's wasted. A lot of his friends know exactly what happened to him. Why are they scared to speak up? Okay. Why are they scared? Let's ask you. Why are they scared? Listen, I'm just here just reporting. I'm trying to see where this is going to lead to. This very sad situation. Who is bullying people to delete the post that's showing what happened to him on that day? Oh, good question. He deserves a befitting burial and justice. Hashtag Imole's Ward. This is Naramali that posted this. Okay. Hashtag Imole's Ward. Okay. And then they put out that statement. All right. So again, this is Imole right here. RIP to Imole. We're going to keep talking about this until either Nigeria gets to some kind of justice or get tired of accountability as usual. Sad. Oh, but about to say, have these guys paid condolences to the wife and family? All this medicine after death statement. That's, by the way, about 3 days after. Naira Marley is a master manipulator. How dare you ask stupid questions where you are the prime suspect? This idiot thinks he can flip the script on us. Go and sit down somewhere or dare. All right, let's keep going. There's more. Let's see. Okay. The mistake Mohbad made was that dancer and former member of Malian Music, a guy called Little Smart, is speaking up. Okay. Speaks about his horrible experience with Naira Marley, Sam Larry, and why he didn't help Mohbad before he died. All right, let's see. Let's see this video right here. Let's talk about this video right here. Interesting video, I might add. Some guy called Little Smart is speaking up. Let's see if he's going to say anything that makes sense. And please help me out here. Let's see if he says anything that makes sense. This is on Instablog Niger. Let's go for it.
I just don't see enough. I just don't see enough. You know, I'm not gonna lie for you, my brother. This island where we did, so I just don't see enough.
He said eyes are seen a lot.
My bro, now because Mohbad don't speak up, me as I did.
He said it's because Mohbad didn't speak up.
They speak up. A house where I call it for Agungi, apartment I pay for almost a year. I never even lived there.
He said the apartment he paid for almost a year, he never even lived there.
2 months where they don't carry. All of them wear masks.
He said they carried Aboki. What's the political correct way to say Aboki? They usually mean the Hausa people that live in Lagos, but I don't know if there's a political correct way to say that. Please, Aboki. They carry Aboki, essentially Aboki thugs, and all of them, even including the label mates, were wearing masks to come and attack him in the apartment that he paid for.
CCTV camera, I have to go to the apartment who carried the camera. All of them.
He said there's CCTV cameras.
Before. No matter how much ask me in our own way, I will see with the other mask. I'll sabi all of them from my.
He said he was able to see them through the mask, no matter who they are.
Romanian crew, even shoot the day that day. They carry a bookie come for house, attack me for house.
Who's president?
All this one carry bike. Now that time that she invites and see risky thing they happen now, they come for house. I got to come up for there.
So he said he had to leave, and then he fled to Abuja.
MMP, Shudi, Little Frosh gone one join, you know.
He said Little Frosh. That sounds like a name that I'm familiar with. I don't know that person's face, but I know he's a popular artist. Little Frosh came that day, according to Little Smart. He said they all came.
Yes, now. He
said his people went to tell him that he was not around, and then he had to escape through the back door, basically.
Okay. That day, I just go with, I get meeting with Magneto, big Magneto fresh out. You get, because I follow and do video shoot, so one go to meeting. So normal, now they will our base, just everybody.
Anyway, that's just again additional evidence that they moved that way. If you left their label, they will basically attack you, right? And again, bad business practice. These are all allegations as of right now. But again, Nigerian media need to keep talking about it, keep their foot on their neck until they say something about it, right? Until there were so many people. Let me see here, brother. I won't bully my brother. Wow, Naira must be so heartbroken. They released press conference after him. Yeah, they're saying he shouldn't be releasing. Yeah, they basically responded to Naira Marley. There's a lot of people talking about that press conference after, Now, there's this person, one of the thugs in Ikorodu. Some thug, he looks like a thug. He's basically threatening that if there's any club in Ikorodu that plays Malian music, they will attack. Okay, let's play that.
Anyway, about play Naira Marley no kò dùn yẹn ẹ máa bà bẹ̀ jẹ́ any club tó bá ti play orin Naira Marley ẹ fọ́ lápì DJ ẹ fọ́ ògbó instrument ẹ fọ́ ògbó ṣíà ṣẹ́dúró kò síbi kankan tó bá ti play orin Naira Marley mọ́ ní Ìkòròdú yẹn mọ́ wọnú àgíríkì a máa wọnú àgíríkì wọnú orí òkúta lọ wọ sí kò síbi kankan lọ sódò gíọ́ lọ sódò ìjó.
He's saying they can't play Naira Marley music anyway. I don't know if it's Malian music because Zinoliski and all the artists on that label will fall under Malian music. But he's saying they can't play. Now they're threatening each other.
Ibi tó bá ti play Naira Marley inú Ìkòròdú yẹn ń sìn tá a bá rọrùn pẹ̀lú ọ̀kadà pé à ń jáde pẹ̀lú mọ́tò pẹ̀lú ọ̀kadà ibi tá a bá ti pọ́ play Naira Marley àbọ̀ play orin manias kankan a máa ba speaker jẹ́ a máa ba.
He said if you play any Malian, did he say Malian music? I think he just said that, right? That they will mess, they will break speakers, they will break into that place, they will destroy that place. His name is Gentle Looking, Ikorodu Big Boy. It's a Ikorodu Big Boy. Anybody know who this person is? It's a Ikorodu Big Boy, Gentle. This person does not look gentle. Gentle Looking, wow.
Tẹ́lẹ̀ ló máa ṣẹlẹ̀. Àfẹ́ gbọ́ Emmanuel Smith, àfẹ́ gbọ́ Naira Marley mọ́ nínú Ìkòròdú mọ́. Àfẹ́ gbọ́ mọ́. Any blogger they play Naira Marley aborin anything manias anything only
anything manias
kankan feature anything we are featuring you boy anything.
Do you think those clubs those bars will play them now? They don't want anybody to come and break in and cause drama, right?
Àfẹ́ gbọ́ mọ́ ibi tá bá ti gbọ́ any club tá bá ti gbọ́ any Ìkòròdú club any ten hotel.
Somebody said, Naira, please tell Sam Larry that it has been settled. He should come to Ikorodu. They want to give him skincare products. Wahala.
From today, anywhere. Any Ìkòròdú club, any DJ Ìkòròdú. Ẹ máa gbọ́ sẹ́tí. Ẹ tó bá ti mọ̀ pé bóyá òun fẹ́ lose irinṣẹ́ tó fẹ́ lose irinṣẹ́. Ẹ má play orin Naira Marley mọ́ nínú Ìkòròdú.
This is a threat.
Ẹ tó bá play. A máa jẹ jẹ́wọ́ fún abájọ tó nù Ìkòròdú. A máa jọ jẹ́wọ́ ẹ̀ fún ara wa. Tó ti yé yín. Hey,
oh God, this is what's going on. It's getting dramatic. We're about to wrap up. It's all right. So again, another spiritual fight. Spiritual people. These are the reasons why Nigeria will continue to lack accountability, in my opinion. They've taken married to voodoo people. All right.
wọ́n ní dàda ò lè jà ṣùgbọ́n ó léèyàn tó lè jà fún àti fọ́tò ẹ̀ lè wà àti Naira Marley àmọ́ bá ti ní jẹ́ àṣẹ wo bá mi fi ṣe gbogbo bíi.
Sounds like they're in a war. I feel àṣẹ. I'm just skipping. Okay. Listen, it's hard for me not to take this as a joke. Can you imagine the authorities trying to help? Right? No, can you imagine all the energy people are putting behind trying to destroy their lives spiritually? All type of sorry voodoo stuff. These are the issues. These are the issues. So I just want you to know, these are some of the issues that we're dealing with. People cannot be held accountable properly because we waste all our energy on holding them accountable spiritually. That's gonna be tough, okay? Dealers, okay, very good. Yes, I agree with this guy. That's the aggressive guy, right? Even though he sounds aggressive, I don't care what rubbish music Malians you're singing. We will not stand for injustice, bullying, and intimidation. I hear you. That's a good one. It's not a threat. No, I meant threat in that way. You know what I mean? I'm on the same page. They need to be held accountable, Sha. As long as they are held accountable, wherever way we are going to hold people accountable, that's the only way society is going to move forward. If this is how they want to do it too, sure. If it's working, keep doing it. Okay? Keep doing it if it's working. Okay, so some guys said, I don't know if would you guys agree with this guy? Some Yemoli. It says, now today I experienced gaslighting with my Kuro eyes. Rest easy, champ. This is what he's talking about. Where did he go? Who took him there? Who are the people he was with? Okay. If you're wondering who is talking, this is Naira Marley. This is Naira Marley that was doing the talking. These are the questions. This is what they're calling gaslighting. Who are the people he was with? Who was the last seen with? Who was the nurse treating? Who is the nurse? Who was there no autopsy? Why was he buried so quick in that manner? Who paid Instablog to say ear infection first? We owe Imole this. Who is the guy in the car? Do you agree that this is gaslighting at its best? Is this what they call gaslighting in this generation? Yeah. Timaya had something to say too. Let me see what he said. He said they act film for this Lagos. Said they're acting film in this Lagos. If it was Niger Delta, okay, what would they do? I wonder what they would do. Some of you are from Delta, right? What would they do if it was Niger Delta? Okay, so there's a video that popped out again. You know, there's a story that I didn't read earlier. You know, Mohbad had some run-ins with the NDLEA, the government agency that's supposedly supposed to regulate substance use and things like that. And they came and invaded his apartment or something like that. He claimed that it was Naira Marley that sent them, because remember, Naira Marley also has endorsements with NDLEA, which was weird. You know, I'm starting to understand why people found that very weird, because he's a guy who was glorifying smoking of weed, drug taking, and all this kind of stuff in his videos. So it was quite weird that NDLEA, a government agency, it's called National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, that they would use him as endorsement. I don't know what. That's weird. You know, I guess they're trying to say, oh yeah, he's changed, so we're going to use him to pass along. Drug is not good. It was a terrible move. It was a terrible move. But anyway, in February 2022, that was last year, the NDLEA, National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, arrested Mohbad. Zinoliski, who is the other guy who said, it's my guy, but not a close friend, and 4 others at their home in Lekki, Lagos, for possession of illegal substances that included MDMA and cannabis. Right? Some viral videos on social media showed NDLEA operatives breaking into the musician's home in the Lekki district of Lagos State in the early hours of Thursday morning. According to witnesses, the officials carried out the arrest without any search warrants, only in Nigeria, and mistreated the Malian singers. The NDLEA officers were seen hitting the musicians with clubs. They were hitting them with clubs and shooting up in the air, forcing them into waiting trucks. The NDLEA confirmed the raid, stating, our men raided an area in Idado Estate where Naira Marley's boys stay. According to a spokesperson for the NDLEA, cannabis and MDMA was found in the apartments and car. Mohbad, Zinoliski, who is also popular right now, and 4 others were later arrested. Okay, now after 2 years, this is in the last few days, he announced his departure. You know, well, some months back. This is October 2022. He announced his departure. Mohbad announced his departure from Malian Records on October 5, 2022. Mohbad accuses his manager, singer Naira Marley, of assault and stated that his former boss ordered people to beat him up after he announced his intention to employ a different manager. He wanted a different manager to handle his music and business affairs. After Mohbad's death, it was reported that he had filed a police report, which we talked about that earlier on, alleging Samson Balogun, nicknamed Sam Larry, right, of the assault and all this kind of stuff, right? So there's also a video, okay? There's a video. I'm not sure if I have that video right now, of him claiming that it was them that sent them to him. I'm gonna play that video right now, and then we'll go from there. Let's see. Oh, my show. He said they asked him to drink some kind of water. Okay. He said they asked him to drink some kind of water. This is Mohbad, who has just passed away. RIP to Mohbad. That's him right there, crying and making a report by video. Somebody was filming him saying he's not lying. They had him drink some kind of water during the arrest. He said they smack him in the head with a gun. So I think he's also accusing Zinoliski of snitching on him here. Not sure. Okay, so here's the translation. They gave me something to drink, saying I do drugs. The liquid is in a bottled water container. I was the only one they asked to drink the liquid amongst all of us. They did this to me because I trust people a lot. After I drank the liquid, they said I didn't do anything. I was defending Zinoliski even when they hit my head with a gun. Zinoliski snitched on me when we got there. Anyways, they held others there and asked me to go home saying it was Zinoliski. Okay, all right. And that looks like this is where this is coming from, the NDLEA stuff. Okay, so there's some exposure going on here. You're going to see some of these videos if Nigerian agencies can be held accountable for once. You're going to see them being used. Okay, all right. I'm getting exhausted. I'm getting tired, but I want to make sure that we'll cover the story up to where we are today. Okay, let me see here. There's a video here of Naira Marley, a throwback video of him bragging about what is he bragging about? Let me see. Why he should be appreciated for not being a killer or something like that. It's a weird video. Let me see. Let's go for it.
Like, people need to start appreciating the effort I put into not being a serial killer.
He said people need to start appreciating the effort that he puts into not being a serial killer. Okay. Can anybody interpret this? Is he speaking English? Let me see. Dilo said, it wasn't Mohbad. The NDLA raided Naira Marley's house when Mohbad was still signed and living there. Naira has been trying to set this guy up. Okay. I lived a bit in River State. The youth are radical and skilled in breaking down cement houses with cutlass. Oh wow. Jungle Justice Majors. Timaya knows what Niger Delta boys can do. Yeah, Timaya is a Niger boy, right? Niger Delta boy. Hope other young people will see this and avoid Malian record label. Those who want out should borrow sense and leave a call before decamping. Yes, definitely. Well, number one, education about how the industry works. They need to make that available, right? They need to educate themselves. Parents of minors also need to educate themselves because many of them are signed when they're 15, 16, 17, right? Now, on top of that, like you said, after you've been signed, if you end up in a bad situation because you thought they were going to give you a car, they gave you a Range Rover. If you end up in a bad situation, there's a value they see in you. Identify that value first and then learn how to negotiate. Learn it yourself, but don't negotiate for yourself. Find representation. Just walk into any lawyer's office and usually they can point you in the right direction in terms of, especially if somebody already find you valuable enough to sign you, they will find you valuable to work and help you. Some of them might even want to be your manager and protect your interest, right? But it's doable. But it starts with education. Educate yourself and the gra. I like the idea that if it feels like these people use muscles, maybe leave Lagos before you do any kind of move. Maybe escape first, you know. And speak out, you know. Because what's the worst that can happen? I know it's difficult. Sometimes you speak out, it might feel like they can now use this against you, bro. It's already too late. You're already scared for your life. Just speak up, right? But make sure you're in a safe place before you start doing that, because some of these people, they have no mercy. Okay. Hope other young people. Okay, we already talked about that. Mohbad died the same day as Tupac. You won't tell me say this guy no be legend as upcoming artist. Now my neck and one for draw Mohbad. Oh, that's cute. Saint. That's very cute. Don't give a F what the industry think. I believe in numerology. Hey, you get to believe in what you believe in, right? NDLEA Ikorodu people, Baba Sue Pai and Mohbad now. Let's keep talking about it. Okay, so I'm not sure what this man, what is he talking about?
Like people need to start appreciating the effort.
Was he joking? I bet he will claim he was joking too, right? He probably will claim that it was joking. It was terrible jokes, bad business practices. They need to be held accountable. They need to be made a scapegoat. All right. Once you ascend to a certain level in life, to whom much is given, much is expected. You need to be responsible. So I told you earlier that the father is kind of moving mad. The father was the one who forced that they must bury him instantly. Okay, some of them are claiming because it's mostly background, but then they had a casket that almost looked like it just looks very, very weird. But let's see what the father has to say, right? I'm going to play this video.
Of what I'm seeing since yesterday was now changing my thinking now. When I see the conversation, the statement between him and his wife,
he said he saw a conversation between him and his wife that something happened to him. He said something has been happening to him and he had not been paying attention.
The day that him with Naira and issue, I can defend it that my son was properly okay then.
He said his son was properly okay then. What's then?
Because that very day, I entered his house, pray for him, and he said that he wants to reach somewhere.
So on the day he passed away, he was properly okay? Is that what he's saying? And he said that he wants to reach somewhere.
That's all what I know about. So on his way called me, one of his friends just came home and reported that somebody is my voice over there. Before I reached there, everything was closed. And he gave me the evidence that he was beaten up in the man.
It was evidence that it was beaten up?
Malian's house.
It was beaten up Malian's house. Is he talking about the old story when there was a fight at Malian's house? Because there's something happened. There was an event of a fight at Malian's house before.
People I say is okay. And the reflection of what I'm saying says, boys normally do this, which is capital no. The only thing I can just tell them that if it is their own their own child, how are they going to feel? Because it's a terrible thing.
How would you describe the death of your son since the news broke out?
I said it before that he is my friend, my second. So
he said his son is his friend, his second.
I don't know the way I can describe it anymore. It's my helper, is the light.
Is his helper
of my
the light.
Family.
I mean, he was a star. He was a rock star too.
But on that dream, I was aimed at, I've dodged the, but that person hold it. Just in form of if somebody at the back of this.
He said he had a dream or something like that?
Resort to this. Because according to them, they say after giving the injection, he was vomiting. One of his boys now decided that they should put him on Okada.
So after he was given injection, he was vomiting, and then they now put him on a motorcycle, a commercial motorcycle, Okada.
Rescue him to the hospital. That's only what I hear.
To take him to the hospital. So where was he given injection, at home?
From there.
There are speculations that he was rushed to the hospital with some head and neck injuries. Was he assaulted before his death?
So the question is, was he assaulted before his death? Nobody has answered that last time I checked.
I heard about that also, but it's not neck. The his hand. According
There was some kind of injury in the hand.
to them, they say one of his friends, one of his tight friends, they meet at the show. You know, normally that's how they normally play whenever they meet each other. So those people that are working with Mohbad, they even against the person that he should not be playing with Mohbad in that such.
So they were playing. One of his friends was playing with him in some kind of playful way.
Resort to this, because according to them, they say after giving the injection, he was vomiting. One of resort to this, because according to them, they say after giving the injection, he was vomiting. One of his boys now decided that they should put him on Okada, rescue him to the hospital. That's only what I hear from them.
There are speculations that he was.
But still, because he's a friend to Mohbad, is the Mohbad that even say, okay, you can even come inside the motor, and they go to the same place. So when they reach there, that plane will still continue as usual, the way they normally did. So suddenly, they say Mohbad was annoyed. I didn't know how come the injury come. Maybe by exchanging hand with each other, something happened to his hands. I wasn't there, and that is the story given to me.
Something happened to his hands because they were playing around, the way they normally played.
And that very day, he didn't complain anything to anybody. They didn't call me. The following day, it was now observed that the hand is swelled up. That's how they call nurse. And I didn't know the kind of nurse they call. When I meet his body. So I'm the one that just decided that they should pick him up. So he could do here for his burial. My belief is that it's God that give and it's God that take him home when I meet.
Also in 2022, he accused some people, especially Naira Marley, of being after his life. What step did you take as a father when the news got to you?
I tried my best to reach Naira Marley, but everything was in vain, because then when this issue was happening, I wanted to tread to his house, but I was scared because I didn't know what I will meet there. Naira Marley called me. There was a time that he called me. For me to recall him back was not possible. And someone that you don't have contact with, it will be difficult for you to reach him, because I know the kind of the street that I be there. So I will have reached Naira Marley house, but so far I can't.
Also in 2022, he accused some people, especially.
I didn't have his number, I didn't have his contact, so that's why we didn't see each other. I hear a lot of things happen to him. Let me say we cannot say it's Naira Marley, because it was attacked when he's doing this new album with Snatan. It was attacked, but we cannot say this Naira Marley, because the people that come is not Naira Marley. So we can't say it's Naira Marley that did that.
There are allegations that the deceased was also engaged in drug use. How true is it?
Really, this guy is from the Malian. You know, people know Malian people as they can smoke, they can do this.
All right, so let's do this. It's been a long show. Let me see what this. Somebody's saying something on the screen. Saint says simple. That's just the truth. That's why they refused to run autopsy, bro. Before that guy died, I had a dream about him and Shugbomi. Naira Marley, playing by Zeno, wasn't happy. To be straight up. Okay. Tell us more if you know more. Tell us more. Okay. But Jesus, why is this man protecting Naira Marley so soon? What is going on here? Listen, they're going to uncover. I'm actually looking at some of the postings. There's a lady here. 42 weeks later, lady weeps profusely after her dream about Mohbad. Let me play this for you. Okay.
Do you know the worst part of it? I had a dream about this guy last year. I had a dream about him dying. And I commented on his post, but he don't reply me. God, I prayed, like I really prayed for him not to die young.
She had a dream.
Oh Jesus, not now, not even Mohbad, you know this at all.
She had a dream. More people are weird. Somebody just died, so now you have a dream. Whatever, man. Chinye says, how come? Dilo said, Jesus, why is this man protecting Naramali so soon? What is going on here? How come the dad gave an interview like a day after his death? Yeah, that's not adding up too. He doesn't look hurt from the death of his son. This is so effing weird. He's defending Naramali. So pathetic. This one wants to use this situation to trend. Yeah, this is weird. I had a dream core. Anyway, let's see here. There's more stuff here. Some people are already fighting to retrieve his catalog. Unpaid royalty. He has unpaid royalties, obviously, probably from Malian music. They're gonna get paid. There's a lot of streaming over the past few days right now. They're gonna get paid, right? Somebody said, is somebody using this page? I'm not sure. But this page says, I am Mohbad _ we appreciate the outpouring of love from the general public following the passing of Mohbad. The circumstances surrounding his death are truly painful, and we're open to provide any cooperation necessary to the public. Okay, let me make this bigger so you guys can see with me and read with me. Open to provide and cooperation as carry out any investigation. Right now, we're focused on making sure the legacy of Mohbad lives on and he's remembered as he was in his final months, free, strong, and fighting for his future. Before his passing, Mohbad was in court to retrieve the majority of his songs. Oh. And unpaid royalties which were wrongfully held by Malian music. Oh. We will continue the fight to retrieve his catalog and unpaid royalties so that through this, those he left behind, especially his son Liam Imole, will be provided for. We want justice for Mohbad, and we will appreciate all the support we can get in this fight to retrieve his catalog from Malian music, as this is the justice that Mohbad was working towards. Imole lives on. Okay. That's a statement they left on this page. Okay. This also live stream will also represent a way to remember his legacy, obviously. Let's see here. Let me see. I think that's about all we're getting. The IGP are now releasing, and then some other people came out claiming that. In fact, there's a video here that I want to play for you. To probably end this, of a woman who is claiming that her own son, the name of her own son is DJ Splash, was also a part of Malian music and came back home and is being pretty bad. Okay. Ola, it's not weird though. When I was young, I had a dream that the father of my neighbor shortly after my dream, the man died. No, I mean weird to me. It's not weird overall. Obviously, people do have that. I believe that people do have stuff that they can see things and stuff like that. But it's still weird to me. It's a very weird thing. Now, this one is even extra weird because this is a popular artist, you know. So now we've had, at least on this live stream, 2 people claim that they saw stuff. I'm sure they saw stuff, you know. I have no questions about that. After all, they saw stuff in the spiritual realm. So I can't question that now. But let me play this video, and then we shall talk even more about this stuff. But I'm trying to round up. It's just a lot of stuff over the past few days since this man passed. Let me play this.
Hello, this lover. Emini. Hello, this lover. Emini ya DJ Splash. Táwọn èèyàn mọ̀ sí Matthew Adéròjú.
She says she's the mother
Táwọn
of
èèyàn mọ̀
DJ Splash.
sí DJ Splash. Wọ́n gbogbo ọmọ Nàìjíríà gbà mí láti 2021. Ọ̀dọ̀ DJ Síkọ́nsì àbí Kọ́nsì. Iná ni o. Ló ti wí nígbà yẹn o.
Listen, I don't even want to hurt you guys' ears with that. She's just saying there's another guy called DJ Splash who has been sick. The guy is running mad. Was very young when he signed as a DJ with the Malian music. He kept saying he wanted to go there and be a part of Malian music, and everything just turned left. Eventually, he would still take cab and come back home and say, can somebody give him 20K to pay for cab? He just went left, and the guy is now mad. He's acting mad, he's acting weird. Mental health issues everywhere. And this is the young man we're talking about right here. This young man. So now he's at home with mom, but he's not, allegedly, according to Gist Lover. All right, this is the boy right there on a flyer together with Mohbad and some parties from before, right? Of course, they're still calling out, even they're calling out Sanwo-Olu.
No.
We've already seen this video. This was him performing at Ikorodu on Sunday, his last show ever. All right, lots and lots of story. Now, Gist Lover claims that he was reaching out for help, but they were still trying to gather evidence, unfortunately, before his demise. And that's Sam Larry, obviously in the picture as a buddy with Naira Marley. So there's proof that they were buddies. Okay, so it is what it is, you know. And sadly, this young man, I think that's him on the left side right there when he was much younger. That's him. That's the friend that they were playing together. Maybe that they were accusing that maybe some people said he used a ring to beat him, and the ring was the poison. Some of you were saying that maybe there's poison. D-Love was probably speaking more of it was poison, literally poisoned, right? But some people saying there was a ring, oroka, don't you know? You know, those things are there as well. So those are some of the things that's happening in this life. I'm looking at the Instablog page right now. Let me go to this page. Okay, since we started this live, there's been quite a few posts since then. You can see here, my son didn't leave his properties in my care. His in-laws have all his documents. Okay, this is another video. All right, so there's uproar. All right, few days. So this is very sad at the least. Okay, the youth protest to seek justice for late singer Mohbad. Okay, so the youth are probably taking some things up. Alright, so we're gonna play his music before we end. When I spoke against Naira Marley, I was bashed both within and outside. Former Lagos Police Pro Badmus. Okay, I remember this lady, I think. So much tags on me. I pled I'm left out of tagging. Relevant authorities are on this matter. When I single-handedly spoke up against this character, an imminent danger he portrays, I was banned both within and outside. A danger not curtailed will surely become, yeah, exactly. My heart is with the departed. All right. So, yep. So Oyinbo from police says Lagos State Police Command commences full investigation. So they've made statement. I hope they follow through. Okay. So this is all coming from Instablog Niger page. I just wanted to check that really quickly before we'll leave. For quizzing Yoruba actors, let me see what this is. Justice for Mohbad. So you're going to see a lot of justice for Mohbad going on. So I'm glad that there's some kind of accountability that hopefully can come out of this, you know. Alleged poisoning. Speaking of poisoning, D-Love says, I meant literally. Yes, I think I knew that you meant literally. But the Nigerian people, the first poisoning they talked about was Oroka, like a ring. That they beat him with a ring. You know, again, all the spiritual stuff, I don't say that they're wrong or anything like that. They're spiritual for a reason. I can't claim they're wrong. You can't claim that anything spiritual is wrong. But I think when we bring it into issues like this, it reduces the possibility of accountability, proper accountability, okay? Because people put all their energy into it and then say, hey, God will judge. No. That's not how you build a civilized society. You need people to be held accountable. Alleged poison. Mohbad was never arrested or detained by the agency. Remember that video that said he was given some kind of water? I was the only one giving him water, and then he was released to go home. NDLEA is coming out. The spokesperson Femi Babafemi is claiming that that's false. This is authentic account of the arrest and detention of some Malian artists. So they posted some link from the cable NG. Is the cable NG owned by the government? What is going on? Okay. Now the guy, we talked about this guy earlier, a little smart, right? Why I can't say much about Mohbad's demise? Why can't you say much? Let's see.
Someone has died.
Everything
covered has to be open. Someone has died. What?
You can't talk for this life, you never talk, and you pay me.
Mom, if I know anything about Mohbad, anybody about us,
I don't need to force word into your mouth to speak. You understand? I don't need to force word into your mouth. If you don't want to say anything, fine. It's left for you. But for me,
if I know, I will say.
He doesn't want to be a snitch.
So that's why now. Maybe read them. Yes, and then kill him without.
My brother.
Because you said he wasn't sick.
Wasn't sick.
He wasn't sick.
I had.
Yeah, many people they watch you for this life for the world. Many people in the world they watch you because nothing's gonna harm you. Nobody's gonna touch you. If that's what you say. Nobody. Nobody can harm you.
Nigeria with day, my brother.
Nigeria with day, my brother, eh?
Cherry, I got to say credible noble. Incredible noble. Dancer, I bet me. Eric got to say.
He said he's scared.
Who be that?
He said he's scared. Okay. So who are we going to hold accountable for this? Okay. So we'll keep an eye out of it. Today was a long one, 4 hours and 12 minutes. I just wanted to cover it because it's been a few days anyway that we've been here. So his legacy lives on. His legacy lives on. What I'm going to do, but Patrick says some of these kids' head may not be able to withstand marijuana. A lot of mad people on the street of Lagos because of smoking marijuana. Yep. It's dangerous. It's a dangerous game to play. Right? Sex, drugs, food, sex, drugs, money. Sex, money, and drug. When people turn these things into God, it will backfire badly. Okay. But we're gonna leave it at that for today. What I want to do is I want to go back and play some of his music, okay, and then we'll call it a day like that. Yep. D-Love say weed is far from the problem in Nigeria. These boys, they do real hard stuff, not marijuana. Yep. It goes deep, it goes hit. Do me a favor, hit that like button. Let's play some music. Let's play some Mohbad music. Let's celebrate his legacy. Hopefully there's justice for him. Hopefully they find justice for him. Somebody needs to be held accountable. At least even if they need to say something. What happened? They need to say something. All right. So that's all I have. Hopefully you've been enlightened and educated. Let's enjoy some music, okay?
How can your pussy be tight? You want more 30 dopa? I won't choncho. Hello. It's too many people shut up from LSA cho. Kashi. Imole. Mohbad. Hello. Malians. Àwọn ọmọ títí wọ́n ti ta. Lalo Kayama. I'm a boy to Bajapa. I'm a Saudi Maga. I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo pussy sweet now. Oh my God. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter. No man no make one sweet. For my no bitter. No man no make one sweet. Never see why you later. Share your puna bitter. You are the pussy sweet. Hello baby, what's up? Do you go turn up? I be you don't love. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. Well, I ain't baby, look go shot. We blessing, kosha. We yamaka, kosha. The bache veggie is a kosha. Cha. I be you don't love. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. I be you don't love. If you don't love, you don't enter trouble. I want to see what it is. Lalo Kayama. I'm a boy to Bajapa. I'm a Saudi Maga. I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter.
No man, come on sweet, it's sweet die, oh one is sweet now. Avoti Bekpa, Oloshi, Ola Matan Lofa. Oh, my fobo Radeta, I'm fobo sub, I'm fobo Davira. I'm fobo buy for one, the iPhone 11 Pro Max. I'm a Lobo Figo, Lobo Jijo, Lobo Monkey Pro. Lobo go Kami, go to Afiyoko, 1 kilo.
I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo Kayama. I'm a boy to Bajapa. I'm a Saudi Maga. I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter.
How can your pussy be tight? You are more dirty dope. Fine girls no they fight. All the girls no man watch out. Don't look at your matter. Ewo, Obo Sara, Ege, Abe Nyanya, Ewo, Obo Kana. Over some in the Dauda. King of walking penny paper. Over some in the client. Only my soul is silent. Over by Michelle Ulala. Come on, you my own. Professor Saturday, the Monday. Mohbad, I'm a shake.
I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo Kayama. I'm a boy to Bajapa. I'm a Saudi Maga. I'm a Titi Wati. Lalo pussy sweet now. For my life, I never see pussy way bitter. No man no make one sweet. For my no bitter. No man no make one sweet. Never see why you later. Share your puna bitter. You are the pussy sweet now. That's this girl every time. Daddy don't get salary.
Leave keys.
Money. Plenty enemy, Mohbad. You didn't follow me. I just come to me. Even if not 10 minutes. Maybe I'm a ghetto. Monty Dajilo Moto. My grace in the auto, automatic. One favor me a photo. The meeting better. 34-30. Only one party. No feel it. I drip on check out through one boss. Imole. Oh, wale. When I decoro do sapa mumi mama runu. Mama Zungun, yeah. And I don't work it out, I don't pray it out, I don't go nothing off for fire. I know there is a day all my pains will go away. See then I party away. I know there is a day all my pains will go away. See then I smoke it away. I feel good, banana, banana. I'm a yummy mother, no banana, banana. I feel good, baby, I'm a gato. My grace in the auto, automatic. On fait pas mis à photo. Et me dit better, that's it for that. Only one bat. Feel it. I drip on check out to one boss. Oh, wale. Oje múlẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń jẹ́ látàyè tipẹ́tipẹ́. Ìmọ́lẹ̀ ò wálẹ̀. Oje múlẹ̀ lọ ṣe ń jẹ́ látàyè tipẹ́tipẹ́. Plenty enemy wey dey follow me. Má jẹ́ kó mú mi.
Timmy J on the track. Imole. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Àwọn ọmọ ají ló mọ́ tó, ají bàbá yá, àwọn ọmọ mi ṣokoṣoko. Àwọn ọmọ ají ló mọ́ tó, ají bàbá yá, àwọn ọmọ mi ṣokoṣoko. Tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ pé kò pọ̀pọ̀, OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Tẹ́lẹ̀ sọ pé kò pọ̀pọ̀, OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan. Ta ló sọ pé kò fọ̀kẹ́? OPP ó pọ̀ pa, OPG ó pọ̀ gan.
right, so this next one is my favorite of it. So let's get into it and we'll round up.
Waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, many gist. Oh, I still find my peace in all. Oh, but they do like say me, I know they see. Like say I know the year. Which kind person be this? Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, and like I hate Genesis. I be dealing with frenemies. Survivor, me onigba, money chaser, faster than a bullet, flying like a rocket. Bad man we never rest. King of South and the West, faster than a car. Mon fait banissa, faster than a benzo. You below level so. Bad vibes on the ground. Reading my psalm, I'm so biblical. I hate to look at them when they're to nigga. They won't say your nigga. They want to turn your teacher. Before you are man, oh my nigga, oh my nigga. You go there when I no get ginger. Oh my nigga, say you go there when I no get rubber. Cause my mama be praying for me, say make I get it. Oh my baby, say you go there before my suru lady. Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, many gist. I still find my peace. Oh, they do like say me, I know they see. Like say I know the year. Which kind person be this? Oh, waiting be this one like this. Been through many things, like I hate Genesis. I be dealing with frenemies. Survivor, me onigba, money chaser, faster than a bullet, flying like a rocket. Bad man we never rest. King of South and the West, faster than a car. Mon fait banissa, faster than a benzo. You below level so. Bad vibes on the ground. Reading my psalm, I'm so biblical. I hate to look at them when they're to nigga. They won't say your nigga. They want to turn your teacher. Before you are man, oh my nigga. You go there when I no get ginger. Oh my nigga, say you go there when I no get rubber. Cause my mama be praying for me, say make I get it. Oh my baby, say you go there before my suru lady. Yeah, what me shoulder, yeah, what me.
Timmy J on the track.
It's your love that I've been missing. I miss all your hugs, your touching and kissing. Me love on the floor, the couch in the kitchen. One love enough, we done enough.